We're live.
So we're
We're
live.
live.
So it begins. We are.
So yeah. So our first ever after show party with the Street Live crew here.
The first one, except for the other two times that we did it, right?
No, the other two times we did that was like we were just testing, really, and then we just.
Oh, this is official.
Yeah, this is official. So
this is the actual after stream party.
Yeah. So you gotta have some liquor after.
It makes
after
sense.
party.
Cheers.
Yeah. So cheers. You know what I mean?
All right.
Cheers.
And then I purposely this time I'm ready. I brought some popcorn. So when D goes on his tangent, I can, have my popcorn.
I don't have any popcorn for when you go on a tangent.
Because it's the after party. You gotta have some popcorn and some liquor, man. So okay, so what's the rules? We have to lay the foundation of the rules here. Like, what are we talking about? What are we allowed to say? Can I joke around? Can I make a dirty joke or something like that? Or do I have to be all politically correct? What are for example,
cheers to Prime Time, who is still with us. He's a ride or die soldier. I just want to
time. So what's the rules? For example, when I said, I got my liquor and I was gonna tell a joke, the
rules are
yeah.
No racism, sexism, or homophobia. Other than that, go to town. That's the rules.
So Prime Time, since you are watching us, no racism, no sexism, no homophobia. Ask any question, any topic, anything. It's an after party. What are your thoughts, feelings? Throw something out there. And thank you for joining us in the after party.
After party. We live with the after party. Still going strong.
It's
Lottie, are you good with those rules, or Lottie? Is that fine?
I was gonna say, about the liquor joke. Why do guys stags? Because there's liquor in the front and poker in the rear.
Well, it's neither racist nor homophobic, so two out of three ain't bad.
Yeah.
It's a stag, and usually stags, there's liquors in the front, and there's people playing poker in the rear, right? So
this is true. Never took it that way, but okay.
We're glad you never took it that way, Spin, because then it also may have been homophobic.
How's that?
Just rewatch the stream sometime and you'll get it.
You gotta have dirty minds. I said a dirty joke, but not a dirty mind. Okay, D, go on your tangent. I'm ready.
I don't need to go on a tangent. I just inject a little intelligence to whatever random shit you guys say.
I have my popcorn here ready. Okay, I'll wait for after. All right. So obviously, people are going to see this and it's on the Transformer channel. But are we going to be talking about Transformers? Or are we going to incorporate, everyday live situations where we can give a Transformer metaphor?
Why don't we? Well, okay. So the after party rules is we're just shooting the shit. It doesn't have to be, there are no rules. It doesn't have to be Transformers related, right? That's what we have said for the after party. However, I like your suggestion that there should be some Transformers metaphor. So therefore, you lose a point.
Okay.
Every single time you make a contribution to the discussion, not like an interjection or a question, but you bring something up and then you fail to somehow give a Transformers metaphor, you lose 1 point. And if you lose 3 points, you're out. So you could talk about anything. You could talk about the storm. You could talk about your trip home. But at the very end, you got to say how it relates to Transformers. Just like that one time when Smokescreen had to outwit Devastator.
Okay, and if what do you mean by you're out?
We're gonna come to your house and beat you up. The two remaining guys are gonna beat up.
So
first
no
loser.
racism, no homophobic. What was the other one you said?
I didn't say no violence.
I was gonna get there, but there is violence allowed, right?
Look,
You know why there's violence allowed?
we gotta
Because
live,
there's been
right?
a war
you gotta
between the
have some
Autobots and
fun.
Decepticons. That's why. Oh, I got a point.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said the reason why there's violence allowed is because of the war that's been happening between the Autobots and Decepticons for like eons and eons and eons, and this is
Yeah.
the reason why there's
Yeah,
violence
you
allowed on our
would
channel.
have got a point if the point wasn't that you already start with 3 points and there is no gaining points. There's only losing points. It's just like that time when
So I didn't
Braun
lose a
was
point
talking when Braun was talking all that shit about Perceptor, and he ended up losing all his points.
Mm.
Mhm.
So I didn't gain, but I didn't lose. That's the most important thing. I didn't lose the points, and that is the point.
Unlike the Leaf, who
They
seem
still-
to always lose as if they're in some kind of cartoon and they're the bad guys like Transformers.
Very true.
All right, Spin, are you going to play?
I'm holding on to my points for a moment.
He's just downloading everything right now.
He's keeping his points close to his check, as if he was playing poker in the rear, just the way Astro Train likes to do it. Or is that fire? Was that fire in the rear?
Depends.
It's afterburner in the rear.
Sometimes there's a little bit of hot side in that porchetta.
The caboose on fire, caboose on fire, caboose on fire, fill it up, caboose on fire, Calavana, caboose on fire.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the Queen's birthday this weekend. Anybody doing anything exciting?
The Queen's birthday?
Yeah.
DJ Spinister is a big fan of Queen Elizabeth. He loves how she can't die, just like Megatron.
Even though it's Queen Victoria, but sure. It's Victoria long weekend.
Whatever, same. Don't you know it's the same lady? She just changed her makeup.
Well, she's
She
a
never
metal.
dies.
Well, you know why?
Like
'Cause
a
she's
double
preten-
spy.
No, because she's
Like
a
con-
pretender.
Like punch, counter punch.
Okay, she's a pretender. That's why.
I mean, I've always said she's one of the V aliens.
The
Yeah, but you know what?
The reptilians.
Before the Earth was, Queen Elizabeth and Keith Richards and Vector Sigma was.
I am.
Therefore,
You know what? That is that is the Holy Trinity right there. If you think about it, like,
Holy.
well,
Definitely.
when you look at Keith Richards, don't you say, "Holy, how is this guy still alive?"
like he's a scientific research project at this point that Perceptor would be pleased to work with.
Ooh,
Well, here's the thing.
You see how Mike's put that in there? The transform metaphor.
Prime
Mike
time
didn't
is
lose the point.
prime time's on our level of thinking.
Yeah, Prime Time says the Queen is a reptilian. He's right.
This is correct.
He's right. We are in agreement. That's our working theory, anyways. Until we have a better explanation why this bitch ain't dead.
She's a reptilian, just like the Optimus Prime Alligator Con.
She probably drinks Keith Richards' blood.
Well, but then you've got
I
the
was looking to see if
problem.
I had my reptilian right here. I was going to say, here's my doll of the queen.
Who came first? Megatron or the Constructicons? Who came first? Queen Elizabeth or Keith Richards?
All right, this conversation is getting dumb. Let's step it up. I gotta go find a lighter. You guys talk amongst yourselves. Come up with something good.
Here's something good.
What is it? Primetime says she is a Draco, like I guess a vampire, or is Draco with something else?
I would assume
Dracula.
Dracula.
I'll be back.
All right. Well, Deed said to bring something up good, so I brought this up. It is pretty good.
I have
think it
water.
lost any points.
That's pretty good as well.
Why? It's because water is life,
It is,
and life is water.
isn't it?
So, in case people are wondering, we're still trying to figure out what to talk about here because there's like we want to go like in a million directions, but I thought some of the rules were like kind of like dropped, but maybe that's our Patreon channel then.
I mean, there's a billion other topics that we can speak on that don't hit on any of those three rules.
Okay, so what happened in this week? Anything? Okay, so do you guys want to talk about the whole Johnny Depp, Amber Heard's court thing happening?
I mean, I watched maybe a minute of it and like I think a few seconds of a few comedy clips where Depp is just they ask him questions, but then how they ask it, like his responses are comedic because they're kind of silly questions. Other than that, I haven't really fully got into it. Because it's almost just another one of those celebrity type things where it's like, that's the distraction for the moment to keep us away from any other serious things that's happening in the world.
So what do you think? What serious things are happening in the world
Oh,
that they're distracting us from? Hold on, we got Primetime. He said on YouTube, the Draco are reptilian space aliens that rule the world and are part of the Illuminati. Yes, I concur.
Mhm.
All rolled into one.
Yep,
Makes perfect sense.
and they're from that galaxy where the Dog Star is from.
Look, I don't know.
That
I don't know if the Dracos, as precisely described by Primetime, exist, but I do know that if they do exist, the Queen is definitely one of them.
Oh yeah,
Hmm.
it's like V. You ever watch the movie V? Sorry, the TV show V or the TV movie series V, and then it became a show after V.
Yeah, like years ago.
Yeah, but then they also did a remake of it not too long ago.
Didn't see the remake.
Yeah, so what they did is that they took all these world leaders, they brought them onto the ship, and then they came back out saying, yeah, these people are good, but secretly they were replaced by their own people.
Clones.
No, they were actually reptiles in their human form, pretending to be those leaders.
It's almost like what the Queen is. It's almost like I said the Queen is a reptilian, like on V. Wait, let me get in my time machine and say that.
Did it start? Did it start? Did it start?
Well, see, usually when someone brings out popcorn, it's like they're sitting back and they're like, "Oh, these two are going at it. Let me bring out some popcorn." But
Yeah, you can't.
you brought it out on
You
yourself.
can't be the one instigating.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying. You know that old saying, you throw darts, to the wall just to hit something. Well, I'm throwing popcorn
Yep.
to the wall here, to the
Okay,
ceiling.
hold on. Let me show you guys something. This is pretty dope. Look at what currently. I don't know if it's going to be like this permanently, but look at what the thumbnail is for our after party right now.
Wow, that is funny.
I like. Hey, I like that.
Like that's comedy
I'm
right there.
smoking, Spin is laughing, and you're eating the popcorn. Look at your face eating the popcorn.
I love
Perfect.
That is
It's
comedy.
perfect. It's as if we posed for it. Like, that's perfect. What in the
Okay.
world after party? Look, and there's people watching right now.
Yes.
it. Like prime time.
Yeah, exactly. He's a star. He's a celebrity right now. I just, it's very meta. I'm about to watch Us.
So you're gonna watch us while you're talking to us.
Exactly. It's kind of like you instigating and then eating popcorn. Exactly. It's kind of like you instigating. That's what I say.
No, I don't think I've ever seen that before. Like that's the best. I'm like you're eating popcorn and like you're watching yourself getting roasted, eating the popcorn.
Hey man, if you can manage it, it
Yeah.
sounds like a
Listen,
unique experience.
Yo, that's some parallel universe stuff right there.
no, you know what it is? It's me channeling my inner self to give to the people that are watching us. So prime time, that was for you.
It's good, man. The people that are watching us, meaning prime time.
Hey, on our side it says 3. So who are the other 2?
So, probably you guys.
No,
No.
not me.
Not me.
Okay, well I'm one.
Prime time to the other.
I just turned it on. Wait,
So
you
there's
just
one-
said not me, and then you said I'm the other.
Who are you referring to?
Yeah, Oladi, did you just say I'm the other?
No, I said not me, so I'm not the other.
Yeah,
Well, the
he's not
fact
the
that-
other.
Yeah, obviously the fact that he's the one denying it out of the two of you obviously means that it's him. Just like who smelt the Delta rules. Like in that one episode when
Why? Is it because of the guy that's having scotch and popcorn? You gotta blame him right away. Find that
who
to be a little.
who smelt
You
the
know
Delta? Who smelt the
Listen,
I'm
Delta,
gonna blame
bro?
the black guy. That's okay.
Listen, see, that's a little racist to me. That's all I'm just
Look,
saying.
we already said no racism, and you already broke one of the 3 rules. So behave yourself.
Yeah, D.
What are you 5? Much slap.
Times.
Oh,
9.
right. So to answer your question, the Johnny Depp and Amber, that case, it's a distraction from the war that's happening.
From the war that's what's happening right now
in Russia.
in Russia. Okay.
Yeah, so they publicized Johnny Depp, so people just forgot that that there's a war happening.
What did,
Okay, so you're
I
saying
probably
the war.
don't want to ask this question. What's going on with Johnny Depp?
So there's this whole.
Just a very short version. I don't care. I just,
No, I'm just
so
trying.
that
No,
I'm in the
I'm
conversation.
just. No, I'm just trying to make sure I can pronounce the word correctly. That's why. So if you see me pausing, it's because I'm thinking how to say it. There's a defamation. Thank you. Defamation lawsuit.
Yes.
Between him and his ex-wife, because the ex-wife had pulled a Me Too on Johnny Depp, saying that he abused her during their relationship during the whole time. But now now Johnny Depp is suing her for saying that no, you're lying. That's all wrong. So it's been all over YouTube, all over TV, and on the news, right?
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere and anywhere. And Mike saying that, or Spin saying, saying that that's a distraction for what's really happening in the world, in which he's talking about the war, what's happening in Russia. Yeah,
I
Do you
think Johnny Depp likes children.
well, he has 2 kids.
That's not what I mean.
I understood what you meant. I just never heard this reference before.
but doesn't he kind of look like Michael Jackson? It's about the same size, about the same skin color, about the same color hair. Pretty much the same guy. Kind of weird. Girls seem to like him.
So you're saying Michael Jackson didn't die? He's actually Johnny Depp.
With a mustache.
Wow.
Maybe. Yeah. That's how come you never noticed before, because he puts the mustache on and then he goes and he acts on 21 Jump Street.
You know, really, it was Michael Jackson playing the Pirate of the Caribbean.
It also could have been Michael Jackson who actually sang the theme song to 21 Jump Street, and then he had Hardy, what's her name, lip sync it.
Michael Jackson did a really good Italian impersonation.
He did a really good theme song for 21 Jump Street. That's a good. It's all that time I thought that girl was singing it. I thought, I gave her props. She was cute too. Turns out it was Michael. Who knew? You heard it here. Not on Murder Prime, on the After Party.
Okay, so D's saying that that's Michael Jackson. Spin saying because of the war.
I'm just saying. Who knows, really?
Okay. But do you have an idea?
It's alleged.
Yeah. It has been alleged that Michael Jackson
and Johnny Depp
are the same person. I'm not claiming it's the case. How would I know? It's been a long time since I hang out with either one of those guys. Never in the same room at the same time, though.
It's the Buckaroo situation, eh?
I'm just saying. Who can say for sure? All I know is this. Your friends will be there when your back is to the wall. You'll find me because there's no one else to call. When it's hopeless, a decision's what you need. You better be ready to jump. 21 Jump Street. Michael sang it better than I did. I'm sorry. I'm a rapper. I rap.
So I can agree with you, Spin. from the distraction. But I think it's more of the World Economic Forum and that whole great reset.
Mm-hmm.
And how is that like Transformers?
It's
like what episode did they have the World Economic Forum going on and then they had to distract it with some other bullshit?
Like, why am I thinking of Sean Berger?
Yeah, Sean Berger, yeah. Or when Rodimus and Magnus were brokering the peace talks between those two civilizations, that the Quintessons were selling arms to, and probably also broadcasting a lot of fake news to both civilizations.
Yeah. And they're creating new technology because apparently Pfizer has created a pill that that works with the vaccines. And I know I shouldn't be using that word because in case YouTube ban us or something like that. But it's too late because the CEO had stated this. They're actually putting a microchip in those pills. And one of the reasons why they're doing that, so the insurance companies know that you've been taking the proper pills that you're supposed to be taking.
The microchip in the pills.
Yeah. And this is the CEO of Pfizer that was talking about this. I wish we had a video to show this, but there's a video out there that him specifically.
You wish we had a video. You're on a computer.
No, you know what? You're right, but here's the problem. Every time I try to search for something on YouTube while we're doing our stream, it just slows everything down.
Fair enough.
So I need to if I knew we were doing this, then I would have had like a video loaded up and just play it.
So is it like is it like nanotech microchip? And what technology do you need to read this microchip? Is it like a RFID chip?
I'm not 100% sure, so I'm not going to comment on that. But for what I understand,
Wouldn't you just shit the fucking pill like the?
it enters into your bloodstream, right? And so what it does, it's
It's
supposed
in
to
a
when
pill.
you, sorry,
It's in a pill.
the pill itself, yes. So it goes aligned with the vaccine or any other kind of medication that you're supposed to be taking. So what happened is that what it does is that when you take these medicines, right, then it confirms that you've been taking your medicine. So if the doctor, like, how the doctor will ask you, have you been taking your pills lately? Right? And so
I
this
saw that in a movie
process,
once.
sorry?
I said I saw that in a movie once. Sure.
Okay. So with this technology, it will basically reconfirm to the doctors, or if
Yeah.
there's like an
Look, I
insurance
get the
claim or
point.
something
I
like
get the
that.
point. I get
Yeah.
the point of the chip.
Yeah.
I'm trying to ask you questions.
Can you shit it out?
Like,
for what I understand, no, it's supposed to go into your system, so you can't shit it out after.
yeah, but clearly, you don't understand biology very well if you think that it's possible to swallow a pill with a chip in it, such that the chip is not going to come out the other end. That's not possible. You also, if you're talking
I'm
about
just
a pill,
repeating.
also you said it's in a pill that goes with a vaccine. So it's very unclear. Like, are you saying that the microchips have been shrunk by Perceptor and they're also in the vaccine, which goes in a liquid, which is pretty hard to believe? Or do you mean the
What do you mean?
pill goes along with the vaccine, which meaning you have to take the pill at the same time as you get injected with the vaccine? Also wouldn't make a lot of sense.
No, because
So
they have
basically,
they have COVID pills now that you can take at the hospitals. You know that, right?
see my first comment about not possible to make a pill that includes a chip where the chip does not get shitted out.
Okay, you're thinking that. Okay, let me make sure that I see this correctly. I understand your point. You're taking this big solid thing into your mouth, goes into your stomach, and then later on you poop it out. I understand that point. The way this person, the CEO of Pfizer, the way he was explaining is that it gets absorbed into your bloodstream or into your system, and it stays in your system. So so that process of you shitting it out does not happen. That's the only. That's why I'm saying I wish I had the video uploaded, because right now it's all hearsay and I'm not explaining it correctly because I only saw that video once. I haven't seen it over and over again to give a real proper explanation.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
So just go with me there, okay? Until I get that video.
I can't go with you because what you're saying doesn't make sense. But I accept your answer that, like, he said something like that, and in order to make any sense of it, I would have to listen to it. But like,
Correct.
what you're saying is like that doesn't make physiological, biological sense. That's not possible. But I get the point that, like he said, okay, there's a drug that's being administered, and then they have a way to trace whether you took the drug, and somehow he used the word chip. That's what I'm gathering from what you say.
You know what? I swear to goodness, if my computer didn't slow down, I will look it up right now and I can tell you 100%. So next time when we do the show, I will make sure I have that stuff ready for you to see or for me to present. I don't want to go on a long tangent on this, but
agree. Sounds good.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the after party next week.
Yeah. And so we will talk about stuff like that. And then the other thing that they were also talking that they were looking at, there's this last name is Schwab, Klaus Schwab, and they were talking about this whole thing about hacking like genetics or genes in people's body, which is also part of they were talking about this within the World Economics Forum and the WHO discussions that they're all going together right now. That's happening in where's it happening again? It's happening right now.
Probably Geneva.
Oh fuck. No, Morocco. It's in Morocco. It's this whole forum is happening in Morocco right now.
Corbamia.
There you go.
It's happening in Carbabia.
Carpadia, Morocco, right? And they were talking about all these hacks that they want to do on people's genetics and all this kind of other stuff. So,
Dr. Arkaville.
yeah. So it's quite interesting.
Have you guys heard of CRISPR? Do you know what CRISPR is?
Heard the
CRISPR?
name. I don't recall.
No, I never heard of it.
It's a technology. It's a technology that was developed just in the last decade or two, which has now become available to the public for gene editing. So, like now, if you are like a serious hobbyist, like you could be, if you're an electrician's hobbyist, right? You could be, building your shortwave radios or whatever. You could have done that 30 years ago. But now today, if you're like a 14-year-old who's like seriously into genetics, you can be doing your own gene modifications using a kit that you can order online.
That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And you could do things like you can make glow-in-the-dark yeast. You could take genes from animal or plant species and mix them together and make novel things. And that's something that literally, like, you could do instead of being into Transformers.
Like Bracco flour.
Exactly. You could do that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You could experiment, like whatever your garden vegetables are, you can get.
Well, it's exactly what they did to the tomato. If you look at the tomato from like 1900 to the tomato today, it looks totally different.
Right,
So
but they didn't use it. That they did that the old school way.
Correct. What you're saying right now is that you could do it just like this.
There's a difference between taking plants and crossing them and breeding them, cross-pollinating them physically, versus splicing the genes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and this is actually like you can splice the genes in bacteria cells, and then like infect whatever plant you want.
Well, speaking of infection, did you hear about this?
Monkeypox.
The monkeypox that's out now.
It wasn't me. I don't even have a CRISPR set, so stop accusing me of creating novel monkey viruses. Just because I swing like a monkey doesn't mean I condone any kind of monkey viruses.
So, I personally believe what Mike is saying originally. Yeah, there's a lot of things that are happening in today's world. I just kind of wish if we were going to talk about this topic, like as of right now, I wish I was a little bit more prepared, but everything's just kind of off the cuffs comments. Mm-hmm. So please, people who are watching it, don't take us. Look what he said. It's true, happening 100%. We just don't have the data right now.
Yeah. Also, probably none of what we're saying is true. Just as a disclaimer.
It's all alleged.
It's all hearsay. So it's like in that one episode there.
It's all hearsay, meaning here it may have been said.
Exactly. It's like the Johnny Depp court where the Johnny Depp lawyer kept on telling the other lawyer, hearsay, Egyptian, hearsay. So that's what it is. It's all hearsay. Dee's looking at me like, what the hell am I talking about? You gotta watch it.
No, I just remember I don't remember that because when Johnny Depp was in court, what I remember is he said, I'm paraphrasing because I don't remember verbatim, but he said something like, look, ma'am, I mean, I don't know how you could really say I committed a crime. I mean, yeah, like I flew some plants over an imaginary line, and there are plants that grow in nature. How could plants be illegal? The line's not even real. So whatever, ma'am. Wham bam, set me free. That's what I recall him saying. I think it was in Blow.
I was about to say. Share that with a court or Blow.
Well, it was based on a true story.
There you go.
Apparently, he didn't buy his argument about the line being imaginary between Mexico and the U.S. which it is imaginary. He was right. It's not real.
On a map.
It's real on a map, but how real is a map?
Made by man.
And not very accurately either. Do you know that Africa is truly double the size as it appears on any map?
Well, the Earth is not really round. It's like,
Well, now we're canceled.
I know, I know.
What are you, a flat earther now? Look at him.
No, they were saying that go based on the map. It's so funny. They were showing how the map should look like, because the Earth is like more like a not flat.
Because Africa is twice the size that
Yeah,
they want to show.
They're saying like it's like more of like an
Because they're
oval.
racist. That's why, Orlati. That's the reason. It also could be true that the Earth is oblong. Possible.
Did you
But
lose the point?
Mostly it's because they're racist.
I thought we're not allowed to say anything racist, so you just said racist. You lost a point. You used the word racist. Does that count in that?
The only people who think the word racist is racist, you know what those people are, right?
Where's the popcorn?
Tuesday.
Okay, but you know what? Can
Popcorn
we?
when you need it.
Okay, are we gonna
That's
get
a good meme. Orlati, you should do that every week. Get yourself in trouble and then watch popcorn to yourself getting in trouble. As I say, watch popcorn and eat popcorn. I'm delirious at this point.
So are we gonna talk about? Are we gonna talk anything serious, or are we gonna be like just like pure jokes today, just to start off?
I don't know that you guys are capable of talking about anything serious
Why you say that?
on a level that I would consider serious. Let me add that part.
Uh-oh.
You talk about serious things, but like on a level where I actually get seriously engaged, it happens like on occasion. But usually you're talking about serious things on such a ridiculous level that all I can do is make sarcastic comments.
I think we all do that.
Usually, well, okay, so here's how,
Okay.
like, if I'm talking about a serious thing
Yeah.
and you're making sarcastic comments, it's because I'm talking about it on too serious a level for you to hang. But when you're talking about serious things and I'm making sarcastic comments, it's because you're on too superficial a level for me to hang.
Yeah, no, I disagree.
As right you should.
And I know
Go
people are
ahead.
gonna say that was him making a sarcastic what's it called comment right there.
Wait,
And I'm gonna-
which one of us though?
And I don't know. It could probably. I
You
think.
don't, do
You know what? I like
do you?
I like Primetime because Primetime really gave some good comments. So I think it's the other one that's watching us. You know what I mean?
Primetime, help us out here. We're dying.
I
We're
know.
dying. We're dying
Yeah.
over here.
You know the funny part is we talk about this all the time that we want to do like an after party show and talk about like topic of the days or the week or whatever case is, right? And just give our spin on it. And now that we're actually doing it, we're like almost like afraid or just like what the hell? What the hell am I gonna say right now? Because it's like we're put on the spot or something.
Writer's block.
Yeah.
Because you got the singer that walks in and be like, "Oh, I can sing anything," and then be like, "Okay, sing something," and they're like,
This is what my camera stand thinks of this episode.
"Oh dear, your feet."
You know this thing called Viagra, right?
neither sexist, racist, nor homophobic. All the lies. Even though he's talking about giving sex drugs to a camera stand, whatever.
That's right.
Clearly, it's needed. Clearly, it's needed.
Or Cialis, one or the other.
What are we gonna do here?
I'm trying to get like some product sponsorship here, man. Like, what the hell?
Cialis should definitely sponsor you.
Your camera stand having issues.
I know. You ready?
My camera stand is like, you guys, I held up for 4 hours for your regular show. That's enough. So says the camera stand. What do you guys think of my nice vines here? Nobody commented.
It's healthy.
Is it real?
Yeah, that's right.
Because you could, buy some plastic ones there. Right?
I can touch it. Plastic. Come on, this is a classy joint I'm running over here. Plastic. Flowers.
Nice oxygen regeneration system going on there.
Real, yeah, exactly. All natural. I fertilize all my plants with my fish water, so I run an aquaponics setup here, and then eventually I'm gonna have all my vegetables growing through an aquaponics setup, fertilized by the fish.
My fish died.
Your fish died?
My fish died.
Like when you were 6 or recently?
No, recently.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, fishy died.
Was it a goldfish?
No, it was a beta fish. We had it for like 7 years.
Wow.
Oh, sorry to hear that. Sucks to lose a life even when it's a beta fish.
Yeah. And now the kids are like, "Can we get another one?" I'm like, "Nope."
I can't handle another death. It hurts my heart.
Dude, I was the only one feeding it, cleaning it, like the fish bowl and everything and all that kind of stuff. I got a cat, I got a dog. It's like I can't do it anymore, man. I'm getting old for this. I just want to eat my popcorn, drink my my scotch and go on YouTube. You know what I mean?
I don't know that feeding a beta fish is all that much work.
No, it's to clean the fish tank, man. Like it was like I did it like every week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's why this thing lasts for a long time.
Fair enough. That's good maintenance. That's good maintenance.
Impressive.
And you couldn't manage to get any of the kids to do it, huh?
No, it's
kids today, man. I'm telling you.
It's a classic complaint, and you'll see it with grandparents who's walking dogs in the neighborhood, because the children will say we want a dog. The parents will cave into it. It's the grandparents who end up taking care of the dog. The children are at school all day. The parents are at work all day. So now the grandparents are walking around, walking the dog, taking care of it. And most grandparents are like, I don't like this dog. But they just wanted a dog, and now I'm stuck taking care of this dog.
Let me tell you what I think of that comment. I think it really typifies how this after party is going. I think we did 4 hours of a pretty good show.
And now
I think what we need to do with the 44 minutes of this live stream is we need to end it, and then we need to delete it from YouTube, because this is the fucking worst thing we have ever done in our lives.
No, it's not the dumbest thing. Hold on, wait a minute.
No. And I don't mean the dumbest. I mean, like, of all the times I've talked to you guys, and I've known you guys for majority of my life, this is the most boring conversation I've ever had with either one of you.
We've had better ones not recorded or not streamed.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. You're gonna have to.
Let me tell you this: the most interesting thing of this whole after party to me is my Vine.
D, you're gonna have to hit the rewind button, because I could have sworn I just said that not too long ago.
Previously,
I just finished saying The
I
same
mean, look how
thing.
bad it is. I'm repeating things that you say.
Exactly.
Oh dear.
Bad.
All right, where's my popcorn again, man? Fuck,
Yeah.
I
How many
love this.
people? I hope Primetime is not still watching because I'd be embarrassed.
No, you know what this is.
And there'll be a comment like, "Yes, I have."
I just, he knew,
Alright, so-
he knew when it was time to go.
So what we gotta do now?
He was like, "How the mighty have fallen." He's like, "There's a
Yeah.
great show," and he's like, "What are you guys doing now?"
we're beta testing some show ideas that we want to do in the future, but obviously we got to come up with like some really good topics.
Cooking
I don't think
without
that's a
a
problem.
box.
I don't think that's a problem, Orlati. I
What do
think
you
the problem is like everybody actually has to be awake, and I think even though, like, I think we're in the mood to be awake, we're in the mood to hang out, but I don't think of the three people on screen, anybody is actually awake. That's what I think.
I'm actually awake only because I don't have work tomorrow.
Yeah, but Spin,
Well, hold on. Let me ask you a question. Do you think we're just afraid to talk about something?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think
I
so?
don't think so. When have the three of us ever shown any signs of that?
When there's never been a live recording of us. Every time we had a good conversation, it's like we always said, "Oh man, we should have recorded this. Oh man, we should have recorded this." Right now that we're recording it, it's like, shit. Should I say that? Should I not say that? Am I gonna
No,
get in
there was
trouble? Is that
Okay,
gonna get used to
Orlati,
me in the future, and I'm gonna get canceled? You know, it goes back to what we said last time. You know, are we afraid now to say something?
listen, Orlati, you have convinced both Spinister and myself that in fact there is one person on the stream right now thinking exactly those thoughts. But only one.
You sure? You sure it's not three instead of one? Because one could be three.
Well, I
And
can
one-
guarantee you it's not three.
Sure.
And I would bet that it's not two. But I can guarantee that it is one. Spinister would have to tell us if it's two or one.
Hold on. He's
Spinister, what are you
downloading it.
not telling us?
He's downloading it. Hold on.
Two.
Orlati, do you actually think that there is some topic in Spinister's head that he is afraid to say?
I think Spencer just gave you an answer, didn't he? Did he say one or did he say two?
I said two.
I heard that was that one good year.
Wait, so I was wrong? Spin, are you telling me that I was wrong?
And I concur.
Hell finally freezed over.
Get fucking
And I
cold.
had my popcorn ready for that.
Yep.
Well, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys. I thought you were riding down motherfuckers. Now you're telling me, well, the reason why this stream sucks is not because you're both asleep. It's because you're both too fucking scared to say what's on your mind.
It's not. Hold on. It's not that I'm scared to say it. It's like, am I the
you're
first?
scared.
No, am I going to be the first one to start it off?
Well,
Okay,
up
what is-
until a minute ago, I
What is
didn't know that there was two of you both fucking scared to say shit. I'm just sitting here like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you guys. I got nothing to say. Apparently, you got all kinds of shit to say. You're just scared.
Wait, let me
Yeah,
rephrase
hold on.
that.
But I'm
One.
referring back to our last conversation that we had, right? Do you recall?
Which one?
My whole joke about, my Latino brothers. And then we got into a big conversation about that afterwards.
I don't recall.
Do you recall, Michael?
I recall.
Okay.
I probably don't recall because I probably didn't like what you said.
No, it's not.
It was related to a Republican comment.
But it's not just only the comment itself. It's the way we wrapped up the conversation. And D,
I remember.
you and I really you and I had like agreed 1,000% on this. Is that that whole fear? Like people are afraid, and this is a good segue right now. It's that whole fear of people saying things because it's going to use against them after or something like that. And remember, part of that conversation actually started as well too, with Stephen Lecce was participating in this what's called charity event at his university, where they were able to buy people.
Yeah. I remember now.
Right, and because it was called Slave for a Day. And I was saying that, this guy's getting ridiculed left, right, and center, and he should be, be removed from his position and all that. And I was saying, like, okay, wait a minute. You have this guy here as a kid going to university, participating in an annual charity, and, it was like a common thing or a theme where nobody really thinking about slave for a day and where that word where that word came from and all that kind of stuff historically, versus we had a prime minister that literally was a blackface, brown face, grow people, fired our first digital, attorney general because she don't want to follow his scandals and all that kind of stuff. And yet nobody says, oh, this guy should be removed.
Hold on.
Do you recall that part of that conversation? And then that's when everything.
I do, but
I'm just saying it in short. I'm not going into great detail. I'm just saying in short.
Yeah, but I need to comment on what you said.
Okay.
First of all, not true that nobody was saying that Trudeau shouldn't lose his position or shouldn't be harshly criticized and face some consequences for the blackface incident once it came out. When it came out, it was a thing in the news. So people were criticizing it. Second point, when you brought this up last time, what I said was two wrongs don't make a right. So the fact that Trudeau did this and got away with it is not a reason why this other dude should not be subject to criticism and consequences. And furthermore, although what I said in the previous conversation is, and you told me about the situation, so I don't know the scenario. I don't know who the guy is that you're talking about or whatever. You mentioned the name just now. I didn't catch it. But either way, what we agreed on is that you and I both have memories being from the three of us, being from the 80s, maybe with some faint memories of the 70s. We know about this kind of event where there's, an auction for charity, which is, either which is modeled after or draws on some tropes of slavery or servitude or whatever.
Right.
And we know that it was all in good fun when it happened and that everybody else was involved. And what I said in response to that was, doesn't matter if everybody was involved. If the shit was racist, it was fucking racist. And just because you at the time, the person who was participating in it, didn't know it was wrong or didn't think about, we're playing off the notion of slavery, which is a bad thing in real life. Maybe this shit isn't appropriate. Just because that thought didn't occur to you at the time doesn't mean you don't deserve to be criticized for not having the thought at the time. Because there are plenty of us in the 80s and in the 70s who saw that shit going on and were like, yo, this shit is not cool. And although it may be the case that 20 or 30 years later, now people are calling it out and it's like a news thing, and it wasn't back then, all that means is people are doing the right thing now, and they were punk motherfuckers back in the day. Murder Prime.
You know what? I'm actually going to add to your statement. In effect, it is possible for someone not to know what they don't know if their reality is within a certain bubble. And it's kind of like the similar situation in terms of the educational institutions that you're currently fighting, that we've also called out on University of Toronto as well, and it's like you
Hey, don't try to say too much. I still want to get a job there.
okay. So so and then being older, and it's like, studying the world, you then realize that it's possible for a parent, a family, or a village to create this falsehood reality for a child, for them not to know what is right or wrong socially. So for a certain amount of children, you now put all of these children in a certain school or environment, and you never teach them that this was wrong, or you teach them from the other side of like, well, yeah, we did this in the 1800s.
You know what this sounds
it
like?
Was right.
You know what this sounds like, Spin?
What?
Sounds like you're trying to make a whole big excuse to explain to Orlati why you auctioned off your friends in high school.
No, it's not an excuse. It's actually the problem. It's a higher level of a problem. In a sense, it's calling out. The thing is, if the child doesn't realize something's wrong, the issue is the people surrounding the child are now at fault for teaching this child the incorrect societal issue.
Wait, are you suggesting that racism is systemic?
It's
not just a few bad apples.
No, it's not just a few bad apples.
Oh, this is outrageous.
I know. Like, what are we going to do about it?
What are we going to do about it, Orlati?
I heard you wrote a song about this.
I'm eating my popcorn, watching, listening to you guys. But so my question to you is this, okay? So this. Let's face it. The past couple of years now, there's this whole big woke, movement, right?
Let's face it.
Sorry?
If we must.
Sorry, D. I didn't hear you. You crumpled.
No, I'm just making smart ass comments. So I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. So you have people that are going to. Obviously, we're going through a period of adjustment, right? So you're going to have certain things that are happening a little bit to the extreme. Let's just say. Like, how far do you go? Like, how long do you let this thing go? Like, when do you start saying, okay, guys, all right, now we're taking this a little bit too far? When do we start having conversations and having civilized conversations? Because every time that I've seen anything on YouTube, and I say YouTube because that's basically wherever I see all this shit, right? Is that you always have people just literally yelling at each other, screaming at each other's. It's almost kind of like, people are just reading from scripts. You know what I mean? Like, you have this one left person will apparently call this right person, oh, you're homophobic, you're racist, you're this, and yet this guy is gay, he's married to a black guy, and he's Jewish. So it's like, like how do you resolve this?
Well,
that's my question to you.
The one resolve is don't fall within the algorithm of YouTube, because a lot of stuff that's put out there is it's incorrect, and people are putting out things trying to justify their reasonings of why they're fighting a certain fight. Meanwhile, they're not telling others that there's their own agenda in terms of why they're even within this fight, or they don't understand what they're fighting or what they're fighting for. So it just becomes chaos and a mess. I mean, for instance, Black Lives Matter. Those who actually focus on it would not be out in the streets saying such things or promoting it in that way. Like, if you know someone's down with something, you know they're down with it. They don't have to create billboards or make it known to everyone. It's just that's what they're down with. I see these but in a certain sense, you have to understand what I'm saying though. Not in a sense of like, well, okay, here's a group and this is what we represent. As opposed to like, well, these people are just representing this just because they're doing it just because it's something to jump on at the moment, and they're not fully understanding why they're jumping into this.
I know that you have a bunch of good ideas in there, but if you listen back to what you said,
it does sound a bit confusing, but I know you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the viewers gotta understand what you're saying too, right, Mike?
Yeah, this is correct.
Like I could see certain people jumping onto the trend, and they're trying to be more virtuoso than the next person. You know what I mean? Like I saw this one clip. This guy was just in a convenience store. He came from Israel, and he had like the Star of David flag, the Israel flag on his shop. Person came in, white as white, and started saying, "Oh, you're a genocide against Palestine people," and started accusing him of everything. And the guy's like, I'm just working here right now, and that flag is just where I'm from. I'm not. It's no more, no less. It's just a flag that reminds me that this is the home that I'm from. Right.
Okay. So does that mean that the person who's making a criticism is wrong in your opinion?
Are they wrong in their opinion?
No. No. You just gave this example.
Yeah.
You said somebody.
Automatically. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Here's what I heard.
Yeah.
Somebody's criticizing another person who's repping the Israeli flag.
Mm-hmm.
And the person saying, you repping that flag, it means you're a fascist. And the guy's response is, how can I be a fascist? I'm just representing the flag of my country. And it seems to me that you are buying that dumbass argument. Tell me if I'm wrong.
Yes and no. My whole perspective is that if you're going to go into somebody's shop and automatically accuse them of something, should you not, I don't know, ask questions first? It's almost coming. It's almost coming. It's almost like shoot first.
Ask questions if you go in somewhere and there's a fucking Confederate flag. You got to be like.
So are you saying are you saying the Star of David is like the Israel flag is a fascist flag? Is that what you're saying?
Was it the Star of David or was it the Israeli flag? They're not the same thing just because the fucking star is on the flag. There's a big difference between a genocidal nation state flag and an ancient symbol. Not the same thing.
So
an ancient symbol of a people of the tribe of Judah who were black.
So
I just had to do that murder prime with the Africa thing.
Okay. So
forget that we're black, but the difference between the star and the flag, yeah, there's a difference.
I just don't want people jumping on our show saying we're being anti-Semitic here. We're not. I was just saying that. So you're saying a flag.
Mm-hmm.
Are you comparing the Israeli flag? Are you associating with Zionist belief?
Look, am I associating with Zionist belief? That's the premise of the state. The state is the Zionist state.
This is the examples that I'm getting at.
Cool.
I'm asking questions.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Right?
Yes. Answer yes.
Right. And so because I'm asking questions,
Zionism, Israel nation state.
Okay.
Zionism is the philosophy upon which the state is based.
I get all that. But what I'm saying to you, this is the examples that I'm getting at. I asked you questions. ask for some clarification. You're saying, yeah. So now you and I can have that debate and go at it. You get what I'm saying? This is where I'm saying is that sort of that young lady coming in there, shooting bullets before asking questions. I think you should have a conversation at first and say, hey man, like, why do you have this here? Like, what does this represent to you? And if this person says, well, you know what, it's my country, man. I just wanted something just to remind me of my country. It's like me having a flag. If I'm in South America in Uruguay and I have my, the Canadian flag up there, and somebody comes to me and say, oh, you're
okay, so
genocidal murderer. You know what I mean?
You know what a Confederate flag is, right?
I do, but
listen. Let me answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You go to somebody's house.
Yeah.
They got a Confederate flag, which of course happens in the South in the U.S. Apparently, I haven't seen it yet.
Mm-hmm.
If I did, it would have been on the news because I would have murdered the motherfucker. But apparently, there are people here in Wisconsin who are repping Confederate flags.
Yep.
Now, what you're saying is, I go to somebody's house, I see they got a nice Confederate flag on display.
Yep.
And first of all, you're saying I should ask them questions about it as opposed to punch them in the face, which I disagree with you. Second of all, if I did ask them questions about it, what they would likely say is, it's not racism. I got nothing against black people. It's just that this is where I'm from, and it represents, the heritage of the South and all this kind of stuff. And so that's why we have the flag. Sounds identical to what you're saying about if you had a Uruguay flag, which it's not identical. I don't buy that as an excuse. If you got a racist flag, you got to deal with the consequences, and I don't give a fuck about your excuse.
See, that's where I will say I will agree to disagree to a certain degree.
Okay, so you walk into someone's house.
Can I answer?
Answer the question. You walk into someone's house, they got a Confederate flag.
Yeah.
They give the answer that I gave. You're saying, okay, cool, it's not racist.
No, I wouldn't say that. See, now you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm asking you what you would say.
Okay, say it like that then. So I would say to that person, really? Do you know what the historic is behind it? He goes, yeah. And I would say, you still have that flag up there? Right? And I said, you know what, my friend? I'm not going to come back to your house anymore because I see this and I'm not happy with it, just to let you know, okay? And I'll walk away.
You're a very friendly guy.
Okay.
And then
it's not being friendly. I'm being serious, and I'm being serious. Now, if I came into this guy's store,
no, I want to respond to what you said. I want to respond to your answer.
Okay.
Here's my problem with your answer. Sounds fine on the surface. Obviously, when I say walk into somebody's house, you see a flag, you punch them in the face. Obviously, there has to be some words exchanged before you just punch them in the face. So I'm being hyperbolic. All right.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that you admit that.
I'll acknowledge that.
Okay.
We got a comment here. Soljana says a Confederate flag does not represent a country. All right. So fine. Well, it's not a country. Although they were trying to have a country. They were trying to.
Yes. And that's what I was about to say. They wanted a separation.
Okay. But here, let's get into the nuance here. Yeah. Now, obviously I'm being hyperbolic, and I'm I'm not gonna walk into someone's house and punch them in the face. I gotta find an excuse to punch them in the face first. So obviously I'll ask a few questions, corner them in a logical contradiction, then I'll punch them in the face.
Okay. Now we're on the same topic. Okay, now we're on the same page here now, D.
Exactly, we're close.
Okay.
Now, but here's the problem. So obviously that was the problem with my answers. It was too, whatever. But your answer, here's the problem with your answer. We're going to have a nice conversation. We're going to agree to disagree. I'm no longer going to visit you anymore. Here's a problem with that. Okay. Then you find out a couple of years later, the black kids that go to school with that motherfucker's kids had to show up to school and see a noose hanging from a fucking tree. because that's the kids who are going to grow up in a household that has that Confederate flag there. So it doesn't matter. So some things you can agree to disagree if there is mutual respect. If somebody's got a Confederate flag, you know there is no mutual respect. It
But I
doesn't matter what the person personally feels about black people, because the flag represents an ideology and a history and an ongoing way of behaving within the nation and the world that is racist.
Hold
And
on.
racism, just let me.
Okay, just go ahead, sir.
Yeah, my point is, that's not a thing where we get to agree to disagree. You and I agree and disagree on lots of things, but there are certain things where we draw the line, and of course, you agree. Where it doesn't matter if somebody is good, we're not going to let somebody disagree with us. There are certain things where, oh, you disagree with us? In that case, we're going to have to deal with your ass. Over to you.
Yeah, I'm not. See, here's the thing. I understand exactly what you're saying, because I would literally do the same thing as well too. But here, my whole thing is that unfortunately, there's too many times where people will come in blaze of glory, you know what I mean, and start shooting
Blazing.
up,
Yeah.
right? Instead of finding out first, or just have a civil conversation. That person, obviously, that person's not civil, then obviously things are gonna have to go down, right?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing that part at all. All I'm just saying is that nobody's up to have the conversations anymore. You see what you and I are doing right now?
Yeah.
You had a preconception already. I shouldn't say already, but you had a bit of a preconception where I was coming from. But in the end of this conversation, we agree. You see what I'm saying? And that's where I find there's a lack of that.
Do we agree? Because you said you would have the conversation with them, and then you would walk away, and then I'm not
going to be respectful walking away.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just take turns.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we didn't agree, but I'm not sure where we agreed yet, because from my recollection of your answer, unless you've modified it, like your answer, what you said you would do is you would have a conversation with them.
Correct.
And then if you didn't reach a mutual understanding, you would say, well, we're going to have to agree to disagree, and I'm not going to visit your house anymore. That's what you said. And so my problem with that answer is it's not a crazy thing for you to say, but my critique of that answer is that's not sufficient. Like, it's not okay to let those people go on and go about their business and you just go about your business. When you see racism, especially with somebody with white skin or light skin privilege, it is your responsibility to check those motherfuckers.
I'm not saying
not just
to
say,
check them.
oh, I guess we're not going to hang out.
Well, D, obviously in that okay, maybe I should have made it obvious. In that conversation, getting to know exactly where their position's at. And then once you find out what that position at, obviously you're gonna go in a little bit more after.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Right. That's what you were saying. We agree. Yeah.
You're right. Now you're gonna go in, and then eventually at the end, now you have a choice. You punch him in the face, or you're gonna say, or you walk away. Right. I got 2 kids, man. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna go to jail for some fucking idiot.
Sure.
You get what I'm saying?
Here's what I mean. Let me because we are having a serious conversation now, despite my intentions. Let's modify punch him in the face to ensure that there are consequences.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But again, I know I'm just repeating myself. The thing is, today, what I see today is just everybody's willing to shoot first, then ask questions later. Let's ask some questions first. Let's have some conversation first, and then shoot after if we need to. You get what I'm saying?
I do get what you're saying, but here's my problem. Like, it's easy to agree on principle with that point. And I know Spin agrees, and he was saying a similar thing.
But we gotta let Spin talk. We gotta hear his point of view, because he's downloading. I know he's been downloading a lot of stuff here.
So listen. We'll throw the Spin in a minute. here's my problem with agreeing with this point, beyond just in theory. So you've made this point a bunch of times. In theory, of course, we all agree. But my trepidation is whenever you, like, all the examples that you bring up, let me not say whenever you bring up these examples, the way you describe them to me doesn't really make it clear to me that you are really that it really is an instance of somebody who is like a social justice warrior that really doesn't have their facts straight and is really here's your point, right? Your concern is people who are overzealous about social justice yet fail to do the research and end up disrespecting people who are undeserving of disrespect. I think like maybe that's a summary of this concern that you have. And so therefore,
I could agree to that.
Constructive dialogue doesn't occur because people are too I want to like really like find the right words to say it. People
are just on the edge.
No,
but
I
that's
like
not different.
zealot.
But the criticism is
I
that
like zealot.
the criticism is that, yeah. But look, it doesn't matter if you like it. It has to.
I'm just saying.
It has to make sense.
Yeah.
Relative to the past, there has to be like you're identifying a phenomenon which you claim is different now than it was back in the day. So if you're going to say people are on edge, then that would mean people were not on edge back in the day, which I'm not sure is the case. So really, like, so it's more so like what you're saying is that the culture has developed to a point where fact checking is less and less relevant on all sides of the political spectrum. I think that's like key to your criticism.
That is part of it.
It's like how rhetorical, how powerful your rhetoric and your soundbite can be against your opponent is really all that matters, irrespective of whether whatever you have said is going to hold up to scrutiny or was fair to say to the person you said it to. I think like this is the criticism of the over wokeness. I don't even like to say, like you said, oh, people are woke nowadays. Like we've been woke from day one. So I'm not going to use woke in a negative sense, but you know, in the way that you're using it, in the way that you're talking about it, like that's how it would have to be described, is like what I just laid out. So I think that is true. That is a problem. But my concern is a lot of the examples, when you describe them, sounds to me like, I'm not sure. I might take the side, at least the way you've described it without further information, I might take the side of the person that you're saying is in the wrong. Over to you.
No, I understand your point, D. It's just again what I've said to you before is that my vocabulary is a little bit limited because I got to think about the word that I got to say in order for me to say it, right? And so sometimes I have to sit there and just like kind of ramble and try to get that word that I really want to say, and sometimes I can get misconstrued. And then you see here's the beauty of having that conversation, right? So when we're talking, the more that we talk, the more that you're finding out what I'm really trying to say, because now you're saying some of the words that I'm not able to say, right? Because that's part of my disability here, right? It helps further our conversation, and then we can say, oh, okay, I get where Oladi's coming from now. All right now. So, you know, and you and I have always been like that, right? And that's why, you know, I love you, man. And so
love you too, bro. And Spin, even though you're letting us like have our moment here and do all the talking, we love you too.
Well, thank you. I love you guys.
You know, and
All right, look, this after party show didn't suck after all. There was like some good stuff.
Yeah, I had to warm up a little bit.
yeah.
Fair.
So, you know, just going back to that, and I think that's some of the problems that I see today is just that are there more people like me that sometimes have problems to properly articulate what they want to say accordingly?
No, everybody does. No, none of us, including
Right?
myself,
are we-
proof on our show.
Yeah.
Like it's not a question of a disability. Like all of us need to be able to have conversations, not only to find the words to express what we mean, but even to really know what you think, right? Because a thought can feel clear in your head, but then when you start to say it, you realize not only is it hard to say, but it's through conversation where you really understand what you believe.
Yeah.
Right. So without having those important conversations, to your point, you can't even know what you think for real, let alone what somebody else thinks. Until you test your ideas against someone else, you don't really know what you think.
No, I agree. Like there's times that I will have like a pre-script in my head because I'm like, okay, you know what? I can say these words. It's gonna come out nicely. And then, you know, you have somebody that will
And
come
then
in
somehow your wife gets upset.
Yeah, there you go. And then I drink.
You gotta spin right the script for you. That's where you've been messing up.
Yeah. But then, you know, you get thrown off that script and you're like, oh shit, now I gotta come up with another script that sounds pretty cool that I've been practicing all week. You know? And then what ends up happening after we start saying, you know what I mean, and that's what you hear the kids kind of say today, as of Snoop Dogg had mentioned in an interview one time. So, Spin, you've been very quiet. Have you done your downloading? Has it completed? Or you're like, where are you at? 98% or what?
Yeah, Spin, give us the wrap up talking points. When to grow on.
I listen. That's it.
Gone.
Just listen. So,
some words of wisdom, yes, Minister.
Well, you know what? He's right. People should listen first.
You know me, I'm one of few words.
Spin.
Hey.
I'd like to know.
Wouldn't you?
If we were to make a Children of Primus app, what is the coolest thing that could be on there that is beyond just the exact same thing that you could get on the website? What kind of functionality or feature could the app have that would be better or different than the website? Or Lottie, if you have some ideas, we'll go to you second.
Let me see. Different than the website. Typing in the character's name and then automatically like a bio or text spec of them comes up.
That's cool. That's a cool feature.
You know, or an image of that character. That's one initial idea.
I like that. Okay, see if you can think of some other ones. Oladi, you got some ideas?
This guy.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. I thought he was pointing at him because he had ideas. His idea is, I'll be on the app. Pictures of me everywhere.
That's it.
I think the after party's going downhill again. I'm worried.
Oh dear.
Well, you start talking about Transformers. We're not supposed to be really talking about Transformers. We're supposed to get metaphors,
True.
not talk about it.
I just wanted to throw the spin in something that, like, I don't know, like
Talking?
you and I had that back and forth. I don't know that there was something he could add to it, so I was like trying to throw to him somewhere where I thought for sure he's going to have something. Spin. Tell us
Yo.
more about those. Tell us more about those pictures you memorized earlier.
Ah, yes, the pictures that I've memorized. Wouldn't you like to know about them?
Jesus Christ. Didn't that talking?
This guy's played it safe, man. Stop drinking your water, get some liquor in you, and let's go, man. What the hell?
You know the thing is, Orlati, there's lots of times where I've tried to get Spin to do all kinds of things. Usually it's fairly successful, but it usually involves like all kinds of things that I couldn't say on the stream. Rarely does it involve trying to get him to talk. So I'm just realizing now that's difficult. That probably sounded totally different than I intended.
Well, I mean, what you guys were saying in terms of running into like a racist situation, like I kind of fully agree with everything that was being said. So it's almost it's almost hard to add to that.
You want to tell a story about
Well, let's see, which one are you going to pick?
about the hip hop center?
So
You know what? How about this? How about you guys talk about one of your tours, like something, I don't know, crazy that happened?
No, he's got something. No, Spin has a story. Spin has a story.
Okay.
That's going to be that. Yeah.
I mean, just before the story, just the other day, like someone shared a meme with me, and it's like it was almost in a sense where it's like I'm the only person to have ever gotten to understand this, but apparently someone else in the universe or other people have understood it. And it's almost like the tall black man complex of, you see the tall black guy, so automatically you assume he can only play basketball.
Which full disclosure, Spin is not very good at basketball. We did try to get him to do it.
We tried. And but within the meme,
I'm also not very good, so
it's okay.
All right.
So we share those talents.
So you're saying this white guy here, there's only one that knows how to play basketball?
You're probably better than both of us by far. To be honest.
You know what it is? It's all those years playing the Connections. Connections, that's a place in Jana area. We used to play American, and we used to play for kicks, and I didn't want to get kicked. Trust me.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
And that's how you develop the true b-ball skills right there.
Yeah, I think Spin, I don't know. I think it's fair to say on the entire podcast, probably Orlati could probably outsport like an official sport. He'll outsport any of us.
Oh yeah.
Unless you count arm wrestling as a sport.
I think
it's a sport.
I'll support that.
Yeah. There's a few exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, you interrupted Spin too many times already. Let the gentleman speak, please.
All right.
Mike, the mic is yours, Mike.
So ungentlemanlike, too. Jesus. Who even are we?
So within the meme, the thing is, like, how come no one ever guesses that the tall black guy is like a parent or a scientist or a politician or anything else? Automatically it's always like, do you play basketball? And I wonder if you remember that the one of the times when you came, like when we met up a few years ago, and I was saying that joke, and we were in McDonald's, and this one guy came up to me and he's like, "Well, you're tall. Do you play basketball?" And she's like, people don't come up to you and say this. And I'm like, you have no idea. I've heard this like over 1,000 times in my life. And like, sure enough, someone said that right in front of us. It's like, do you play basketball?
Spin, it's not just because you're tall and black. It's because you're driving around a fucking Ferrari and you got all that fucking jewels on all the time.
Oh,
Obviously, they're not going to think you're a scientist.
You know, and the Nikes and and all sorts of stuff like.
Well, Orlati wears Nikes, but really the fucking rope chain and everything and the car, like the Bugatti really puts it over the top. Like,
yeah, it does.
Well, you could be a scientist, a chemical scientist.
Nah, trust me, I'm a professor. We don't got money like that.
I'm talking about like.
I'm a smart professor, okay? Like,
I'm talking about other kind of chemistry that you can make a lot of money from.
Oh, the Breaking Bad type of chemistry.
We're talking about like Pablo Escobar-ish kind of money here.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you, scientists don't make that kind of money. Even chemists, okay? I don't know why you think chemists make a lot of money, but
That's why that's why some will invest in side projects to make the money that they wish they were making.
Well, I suppose. Okay, I see what you mean. You mean a scientist not in the academy?
Mm-hmm.
You mean Orlati? Yeah, I got you. You're talking about.
I kind of just said it when I said Pablo Escobar.
Yeah. Private enterprise. Your private enterprise chemistry. There is some money in that.
Okay, I shouldn't say Pablo Escobar. I should say private enterprise. You're right, sir.
Yeah, well, sure, they're going to assume that about Spin too, but they're not going to ask him in McDonald's. They'll wait till he steps outside.
Yeah, and then they'll ask me if I know who Walter White is.
No, you don't look like you have those classy kind of drugs. Come on.
Yeah.
That's white people for those type of drugs.
So now going to what you were asking, I don't recall. Was it my birthday or was it just a studio session?
You don't recall? You don't recall if it was your birthday?
Well, no. In terms of a specific day, actually, yeah, I don't think it was my birthday. I remember everything else, but it's just the question is, where were you when this incident happened? Were you upstairs?
Don't blame me. Look. If Johnny Depp was there, I could not be there, okay? I can't be in the same room with that guy.
Definitely Johnny wasn't there.
All right, then I don't know. I don't know what my excuse is. Why don't you tell us what happened first, and then I'll make up an excuse for why I wasn't there.
When the window got smashed at the Cultural Arts Center.
Was I not there?
You were there. I'm just trying to remember where were you there? Like what was your location at that time? Like, were you in the office or in the back? I know you weren't in the basement.
How about this? You're talking to me about like this thing that happened to us, but Orlati's not clued in. Neither is our imaginary audience. So tell the story. Tell the story in a coherent way, such that it will make sense to the audience and to Orlati, like why we're talking about it now, and then as you tell the story, I'll remember exactly where I was, whether I was I was either in the back or I was, but let me fill that in after. Cause right now it's just all a bunch of jumbled words. Orlati's like, what happened?
All right. So in the early 2000s, when we had the Cultural Hip Hop Arts Center, which is in the west end of Toronto, and the main floor was the art center, the basement was a studio. I was in a studio session, and we all had apartments in the same building. It was pretty cool. Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So I was in a studio session in the basement, and at some point, like during the session, someone threw a large, actually. No, because that's actually a whole separate incident. So, so within the studio session, someone started throwing paint balloons on the window of the store, and it was like red paint balloons, and like they smeared like all of the windows, the concrete and everything surrounding the store. Right, and Jay was there too. So myself, D, and a manager that was working with us named Jay, like we were all in the building at the time this happened. I don't remember who was working.
I don't think they were. No, they weren't balloons, bro. First of all, you got to say what was in the window of the store. But correct me if I'm wrong. Were they not throwing? Were they balloons or were they paint-filled light bulbs? And you throw the light bulb and it smashes. Was it not that?
Balloons. Okay, you can't fill. You can't fill a light bulb with paint.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you can.
I was unaware of that. But if it were light bulbs,
you just take off. You can take off.
Right, I see what you're saying, but those would have probably would have broken the window. So fortunately, the windows didn't break.
Okay. So it was. They would not break windows. Clearly, you are not a good culture jammer. Anyway, continue with the story. There were paint balloons hitting the window. Oh, so here's an important part of the story that you got to give at the beginning. Is in the window we have
T-shirts.
all our pro-black stuff. Black Panthers stuff and all kinds of things, hip hop stuff. But the main thing is we at the time were selling these T-shirts that say George Bush is the real terrorist.
Correct.
And this is the early 2000s, right? So this is at the time that this happened, I think we're post-Iraq invasion. So after 2003.
Okay.
All right. So it's so it was our theory. I don't know if this is ever confirmed, but our theory is, it's the T-shirts that people are responding to.
Mm-hmm.
So that's important to know. Okay, so pick up the story. So paint balloons hitting the store, and we're all in the building. Then what?
Just before I continue, the spark plug from a car engine.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the little porcelain piece, you can smash an entire window with that.
Yep. Oh, I know.
And it's like the size of your thumb.
Oh, I know. I was in electronics. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you take the fucking, I don't
want to see where we're.
I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. Let's go.
You're gonna let it go. We're streaming right now, and
I'm letting it go.
And let's just say, I'm very aware of that, and I just made a little comment. I used to be in electronics, so leave it at that. Go ahead.
All right. So back to the story. So at some point, someone had alerted me that the art center was under attack. Automatically, like we went into defensive mode, and I ran from the basement up to the main floor to see what was happening. And
don't worry, Orlati. Look, we're taking a long time to get to the good part, but there's a good part that's coming.
We're like 30 seconds away from the good part.
You know what? Hold on. You know what I'm visualizing right now, because I don't want to lose any point. I visual spin right now. Running upstairs with his defensor in his hand.
Defense mode. Form defensor. First aid. No time for pacifism.
See, you added Transformers into it.
See, I didn't lose any points.
So you didn't lose a point.
Continue.
All right.
What did you actually do?
I actually ran up the stairs.
That's the end of the story? I thought we were getting to the good part.
No, we are getting to the good part, because now I'm in the main level of the hip hop center, and I'm witnessing what's happening. Okay. So as
what's happening?
And so
what did you witness?
So what did I witness? So where's the popcorn?
Sure, you're
You're not getting an Emmy for this performance, Spin. I'm just telling you.
No. They said we have a budget for a 3-hour movie, so I'm just extending some of it. So all right, so
Fair enough. Some of it is filler.
Director Scott here. Go ahead.
all right, so I get up to the main part of the store, look out the window, and there's like these two older white guys, and I'm witnessing them throwing the paint balloons against the window. And as they notice me, they're slowly they're actually not slowly. They quickly ran back in their car. I believe my bike was already in the store, so I jumped on my bike.
Are you sure they didn't slowly run back in their car? Because the way you described that you're witnessing them throwing this stuff, it's like it's in slow motion. I'm witnessing them throw the paint right now, and I'm like, this is my store, guys. And then they ran to their car
because they saw me.
And then they said, "You play basketball?"
That's the movie version of this.
Oh boy. Don't laugh any popcorn at the same time. It's not healthy for you. That's all.
Yeah, that's not gonna be.
No,
that's
it. Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah.
That's more dangerous. All right, so I believe my bike was in the store. Jump on my bike, and I started chasing these guys who jumped in their car and drove up the street. While I'm chasing them on my bike, I was able to catch the plate numbers of these guys. They drive away, whatever. Like I come back and we're looking over, we're assessing the damage and everything, and we call the police. The police comes to the store to take a statement on what happens. And now they're victimizing us because they're telling us, well, there's shootings and stabbings happening downtown in Toronto. So basically, they have no concern about our incident. And fortunately, we took down the number of the police car. And I believe we had the cards for the officer that we spoke to. And we then, the same night, went to the station, which was just like a block away, and reported the officers. And we're like, we call the police for help. You guys came over, and now you're victimizing us. So not only are we reporting our incident, now we're reporting you guys, not accounting not helping us.
Yeah.
Here's a part of the story that I don't think you know. And I don't remember the exact time frame because I think this may have happened after the symposium that we held in the store with the.
Well, wait, hold on. Before you get to this,
mm-hmm.
You gotta tell Orlati about the brick and the chair and the symposium.
Wow, I completely forgot about the chair.
That's the
forgot about the chair.
Best part of the story.
Oh my God!
That's the only reason I can hear about the only reason I'm listening to this story is so I can hear about the chair.
Spin.
Wow.
It's all about the chair, man.
It's all about
Come
the chair.
on. Tell the fucking story properly.
All right, so rewind as I come upstairs and notice these guys throwing the paint on the store.
No, wait, hold on. Doesn't the chair happen with the brick?
No, there's no brick. No, the brick is a whole separate incident. That's a whole separate incident.
Yeah, but it happened before the symposium, right?
Yeah, the brick and the paint, both of those happened before the symposium. The brick was almost like a year before. Like we were still just building the studio and everything.
Can I tell you something, guys?
So I don't really have an elaborate story on. Like we never even saw who did it.
Can I say something if you don't mind?
Mm-hmm.
I still don't know what's going on, man. All I know is that you came up the stairs and
you're winning an award for the worst storyteller ever.
I
let me
told
tell
it
you.
better
Let me
20
tell you
years
what
ago.
happened. Are you going to tell the story? Are you tell the story with the chair and tell it exciting,
Tell it exciting.
or else I will have to do it.
You
And
have
I've
all
done
four
all the.
legs to stand on here. Come on.
Come on, you can do it. Murder Prime. Murder
Right, you
Prime.
can do it.
Murder prime this shit, man. What's wrong with you? Holy cow. Like, this is like pure pressure here, Mike.
Tell them the story, Mike.
Don't drop
All
the
right.
mic, Mike.
Come on, Mike.
So back
Mike,
to
tell Mike something else so that we can say Mike one more time.
boo.
This Mike.
Speak into the mic.
The wife's giving him shit right now. We hurry up, wrap it up, and come upstairs by now.
Okay, so yeah, come up into the store. Find the two guys throwing the paintballs. I quickly run inside, grab a large bar stool chair, run outside, and then like throw it against their car, which I believe smashed the back of their window. And within that, like,
This is the part of the story he forgets to tell.
Like, seriously, man.
I've told that part before, but I mean, I haven't told this story in a while.
You're telling the story.
This is like some NWO wrestling stuff here, man. Come on, let's hear it.
Here's what happened. The shit was going down. Spin went into defense mode. Runs outside. See these guys doing a paint job. They see Spin run into their car, try to drive away. He grabs a chair, throws it across the fucking street, smashes the back of the car. He's not done. He then gets on his bicycle and starts chasing them.
On his what?
On a bicycle. He's chasing guys in a car on a bike after he smashed their window with a fucking stool.
Is it motorized?
No.
No.
This is 20 years ago.
The motor is DJ Spinister. That's why you don't fuck with this guy. That's why this is the guy you have to do various things, one of which is not telling stories on YouTube. He has a variety of skills. All right. Some involve music, some involve technology, some of it involves throwing chairs long distances and smashing cars.
I almost fell off my chair.
So racists, take note. Don't come to our place of business.
You know.
Otherwise, we're gonna smash a chair through your computer screen.
That's right. That's right.
It's a world of hurt for whoever comes in looking for trouble.
Yeah.
What was that?
That wasn't me. I'm just drinking here, not farting.
All right.
So that's the end of the exciting. Like, so what happened at the end? What happened to these guys that threw the paint and Mike threw the chair and Mike chased them with a bike and they got away? I guess.
Okay, so the story kind of breaks up afterwards. So that night, those two guys did get away. But I did get their plate numbers and everything, and reported them and stuff. After dealing with the police, being victimized by the police, that's when we decided. That's when we decided to put out an article in the media about what happened to the store. Which one reporter, I believe, worked for the Toronto Star at the time. He came by and he was like, well, how about I help arrange a symposium where the chief or whoever is in charge of the police station that was close to us, he comes by and he holds a community forum within the area, kind of supporting us in terms of like, we're asking for help. And it's like those same officers are then giving us issues. Because at the same time, the officers are like, well, if you put this in the media, like we're just not going to, we're not going to help you at all, and like we'll just consider the case closed. So at the symposium,
That's an important point, by the way. As a major point, the fact that the cop said, if you guys publicize this, we're not going to investigate it.
Yeah.
So first of all, they're not doing any investigating. And then second, they threaten to give us even less help if we make it known that they're not helping us.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think Tim Hortons giving free coffee?
What? Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if something ever goes down in the local Tim Hortons, you know they're there.
Yep, this is true. So, I mean, within the symposium, like a lot of people came out, you know, asking questions. You know, the usual in terms of like asking questions and answers of you know, how can the police help the community? What you know, what do we expect from them and stuff. The one key thing that I do recall from the symposium is anytime you have any interaction with the cops, their badge number is in 3 different places, and you always look at those 3 places and make notes of what their number is, which is in their badge, their hat, and their shoulder. So it's so after that, indeed, this ties into what I was saying earlier, with the toy store.
It's the one on the hat that you always want to aim for.
Interesting.
Yeah. Continue.
The toy store that was next door, his father worked in the police. His father worked with the police, and he was able to track down who were the guys that attacked the store.
Okay.
And he figured out that the car had belonged to a girlfriend of one of the guys and lived in the Royal York area. So at the time, we're like, here's a bunch of like people in like some rich area that have come down to our store, you know, vandalizing our store.
Over George Bush.
Over George Bush.
That was the most anticlimactic way to ever tell a story. It's like he has a story that involves. He didn't tell you at all about the brick getting thrown through the window, smashing the window, and the cops showing up then. He didn't tell you that part. And he also forgets to tell you about throwing the chair. Like the 2 fucking best parts of the story.
The brick didn't happen that night.
I know it didn't happen that night, but it's part of, like, that's what the article was about. And that's part of the pattern of neglect by the police. The fact that we keep getting harassed and vandalized, and they're doing no investigation. If it's just one thing with some paint, it's one thing, but it wasn't. It was a whole series of events, and some of them being much more dangerous than paint.
Right.
You know the problem with the police right now, and I'm gonna have to give a little bit. I've always listen. There's people that I don't like, and there's people that I do like. Regardless, I have to give credit where credit's due. The problem with the police right now is that they don't have enough people working on the force. Yeah,
they've been saying that for decades, though.
Dude, the problem with the police right now is that they have not been abolished because they're pigs. That's the fucking problem with the police right now. It's the same problem that there was with the police 20 years ago, 50 years ago, and 100 years ago. Because the police are just the genealogical descendants of lynch mobs.
I disagree, D.
Well, that's because you don't know history, bro.
No, I know my history, but I have to disagree with that. If you're going to compare it to that lynch mob, I would compare it more to private security. But the whole point is that
I misspoke when I said lynch mob. The term I'm looking for is
Yeah.
Militia is
it-
militia.
okay.
The police are the genealogical descendants in the United States of armed militia. And that's a fact. It's like that's what the history is.
I mean, they are the largest gang.
Well, the city of Toronto, yeah, they are the largest gang. That's why you have no mafia in Toronto.
Every city, they're the
Mhm.
largest gang. They're also the largest gang in the Lagos, as well as in Chicago and New York.
Well,
They're
I
the
mean,
largest. They're the worst, most dangerous gang that exists. Worse than any of the cartels in any of the countries that we've talked about on previous sessions.
well, I mean, they do work together globally, which was one event that we did perform at some years ago.
Yeah. Now, Orlando, you're shaking your head.
I am because
I'm going to give you a point. I'll give you 1 point of agreement. You started out by talking about individuals. The way you and most people think about police is as individuals, as human beings. I'm not talking about individuals and human beings. There's good people in every profession and bad people in every profession. But some professions are inherently bad. So when I'm saying all cops are pigs, that's because the institution of policing as it exists in any modern nation state is an oppressive systemic structure. It's the arm of the state which is used to police and oppress the local population. So there is no such thing as a good police force. That's different than saying Johnny, who I know down the street, is a cop and he's a good guy. I would call him if I needed help.
That's the whole point of the police state. If you need help, like
that's
how you guys,
whole point of the police that you have been brainwashed into believing, and you still believe the story that you were told when the cops showed up at your school in elementary school. And also Spin and I believe that story when the cops showed up at our elementary school and they told us, look for the red stripe. And that's how you know it's a cop. But guess what? We then realized, oh, the police are not here to serve and protect. They're here to serve and protect property for the property class and not the rest of us. That's the real purpose of the institution. And all this other stuff, which you think that they're about, and which individuals may believe when they join the police force, is not actually what the police force was set up to do. And it's not actually in practice what the police force does. Over to you.
So what would you replace the police force then? What we see, I have a bit of a I know a lot of police officers and we always have these conversations. Okay. And we have sometimes we have these conversations about what should we do? How to improve things or whatever cases, right? So my question to you then, I still believe that the police are there to serve and protect us, the citizen. Because if you're in trouble, who do you call? Right? So if you're saying this system that's been set up, then what do you replace then? What system do you put in place?
It depends on what you define as trouble. Because in some troubling situations, you bring in the police, you've escalated the trouble instead of dissolving it.
So Mike, there's some guy at your door with some guns or some weapons, whatever case is, trying to come into your home. You're trying to do your best to hold them back. You got your wife and kids. Who do you call them to come and help you? And we're talking about Canada. Hold on, we're talking about in Canada because our laws are a little bit different than the States, Steve.
Yeah, from personal experience, I really don't know how to answer that. And sadly, there are certain states I would rather go with the rule of that state than go with the rule of Canada. Because
Stand your ground, you're talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Because in Canadian sense, you call the police, at some point something may go left and I end up being the victim. if I then defend myself, I still end up being the victim. So it's almost a lose-lose situation unless I can prove that I'm on the innocent side of whatever is happening. Whereas I gonna stand
in order to prove anything, you got to fucking live through the experience, which is not guaranteed when you're a person of color and the cops show up at your fucking house.
Yeah, so that's why it's like I don't have a clear answer for that one. And
You do have a clear answer, Spin. The clear answer is, in a scenario where you have no other option, you will consider calling the police. But anytime a person of color considers calling the police, if they haven't lived their lives in a fucking vacuum, then they second guess it in a way that you or Lottie do not.
What do you mean that I do not?
If there's an incident where it may be of assistance to call the police, it doesn't occur to you and it doesn't need to occur to you, and that's great. It's just too bad it doesn't apply to everybody. It doesn't occur to you that, like, if I call the cops for help, am I going to get shot? It's not a thought that pops in your mind. But for people of color,
well, sure. Hold on, no, wait a
black
minute.
people,
hold on, D. I'm going to answer that.
Has to cross your mind,
Sure,
and that's the difference.
Sure, it crossed my mind because, like I said, if I put that scenario that there's people here in front of my house that have guns or weapons, whatever, bats, chains, and they're trying to get into my house.
Bats and chains. Do people show up these days in bats and chains? Just like in
hold on. Okay, you want to know something?
Gangs in New York from 1974.
Yeah,
pitchforks.
But hold on. No, hold on.
Dude,
But I'm just
cut off denim jackets.
Hold on, D. Yeah, they're a bunch of warriors. So what happened is that what's it called? You know, I'm trying to do my best here. Obviously, I got my family in here. I got to call somebody. And obviously, if cops are coming here and they see people with weapons or guns or whatever the case is, are they going to shoot? Probably. Is that bullet might go through my door? Sure. I had an incident one time in my old place where I had this guy that was being chased because apparently he had stabbed his girlfriend and his wife. And hold on, let me finish. Wait, D, let me finish.
No,
D, I'm gonna finish my story.
Stop.
No, you stop. Stop. No, you're gonna stop. D, please. So what happened is that this guy was running. This is when I was living in Jane Shepherd, and he hopped my fence, the back of my backyard, and the cop shot him. And guess what? The next day, when I was looking at the back of my house, there was a bullet hole on my brick. That bullet could have hit me when I was in my room or something like that. I don't know.
Bro.
Like these things can happen.
You're embarrassing me.
No, I'm not embarrassing you, D. I'm just telling you what happened in real life to happen to me.
It doesn't fucking matter because you're not hearing the goddamn point. Like right now, the answer you're giving is pure. I in no way am questioning the truth of what you're saying.
You better not.
I'm not. I'm saying something much more embarrassing to me to be on this show with you right now. Which is that you're bringing up some shit which is totally irrelevant to the point that I was making. You are deflecting. You're deflecting rather than actually thinking about and considering the seriousness of what both myself and Spin are telling you about the differential experience about why a black person must be hesitant when they call the police. And for you to give some example about, well, there was some kind of thing that happened to me, so therefore there's no difference in the experience of a white person and a black person when they're considering calling the cops. That's bullshit, bro.
You know what, D? I'm sorry to say that, but here's the thing. I brought up a scenario to Mike, okay, and I asked him, what system would you put in place if you were in this particular situation?
Which we haven't got to.
And he was going to give an answer, but you kind of answer well, but you start to answer for him.
Spin, correct me.
So my question is,
anything that I said was wrong. put me in my place, or otherwise put somebody
Right.
else in their place. I don't know who else there could be.
But I think you did ask, and I believe I did answer. But ask again, though.
Remember I said we're in Canada, we're not in the United States. And that's, remember when I said that, right?
Yeah, I did answer that.
And you said you will call the police. But you also, if we're living in the States, there is something else that you would prefer.
I said I'd be hesitant to call the police after like, from my own experiences, I'd be hesitant. And it's like, that's why I would rather, be in a situation of a stand your ground scenario. But on this side of the border, I'd be hesitant.
You'd be hesitant to call the police.
Mm-hmm.
If there's someone at your door with guns or weapons. See, don't put your head down, man. I just want to make sure that I got a clear answer here. That you would not call the police if someone's at your door or people were at your door with guns or weapons, whatever, trying to come into your house. You wouldn't call the police. You'd be hesitant to call the police.
Mm-hmm. No.
Okay.
Saying that
I have to accept your. I'm going to, and I have to accept your answer.
Now, saying that I'm hesitant doesn't mean that in the end of it, I may not. Sorry, let me rephrase that. Being hesitant, I may still call them eventually. It's not the first reaction I'm going to have.
Okay,
like
so
I'll
I didn't hear that part then wrong. Okay,
like I'm going to have a million other reactions or scenarios to kind of deal with this situation before going that route. Like they're basically last on my list.
So during that whole list you're going through, and this goes back to my original question, what would you replace then? If we don't want this police system that we have right now, what would you replace then?
You would
community-based authority based on legitimate council of elders in each local community. In anarcho-syndicalism, what you have, or rather than anarcho-syndicalism, let's keep it pro-black, Huey Newton's theory of intercommunalism is that you live in communities that are democratic and that police themselves. And rather than the nation-state structure, which is inherently oppressive, you have networked communities in this way.
Okay.
And I
so
mean,
let me repeat this. So I just want to be sure I got this correct, because I don't want to embarrass Dean.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
I appreciate that. And look,
What?
I love you, even though
I know that.
I don't like all your comments sometimes.
And that's fine. But the whole point
And vice
is that,
versa. I understand.
So we're gonna have a community that's counseled by the elders. In a democratic,
let's say self-governing community.
Okay, a self-governing community.
Right.
And let's just say, we respect our elders, so they'd be in an advisory role.
Right.
Fair enough to say?
Right.
Okay.
Basically, let me just add this. Sorry to keep interrupting you, but real quick, because we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Like, remember when we said, what if we move into one of these towns in Wisconsin or wherever?
Yeah.
Where they, how each of these towns, and again, there is a lot more variety in governmental structure in the U.S. than there is in Canada, as you guys know, right? So there's certain places in the U.S. where the jurisdiction is very local for certain things. Now, historically and presently, what that equates to is there's just a whole bunch of places where some are more racist than others. But in theory, we could move to one of these places, and if we had a critical mass of our people, then we would write the laws and we would run the community. And in that case, it would be locally policed. And then if we could create food self-sufficiency, then we would have somewhat of the kind of community that we're talking about. So just to put some sort of meat on that idea, over to you.
I get that.
Yeah.
and we talked about that, and I'm all for that, to be honest with you, because
Right.
we can elect our own mayor.
Right. But
People
the problem that we would have
Mhm.
on the local level, the reason why you need a revolution is because even as much as we would like to like run our own little system, right? What we would have, if we did that in the US, then we would still be this little island in a racist state, right? Which is the same problem that Cuba had trying to have a communist country in a capitalist world, right? And that's why ultimately they had the challenges and continue to have the challenges that they have, despite locally in terms of healthcare, in terms of food self-sufficiency is difficult on a tiny little island. They're doing it, but because of the embargoes and all that kind of stuff, it's difficult. So what we would need, so when you're saying like, what would the police look like? You need a revolution to have a just system, because even if we had a little corner where we're doing something that is just in that own little, pocket of the world, we're subject to greater repression, including the police state.
Okay, but that's I was kind of heading towards there, so you kind of beat me to
Yeah.
there to a certain degree, right?
Right.
So, because even though you have your own little island in this greater country called the U.S. or Canada,
it's still subject to that racism and that structure. That's
you
the
could
problem.
call it. You could call it racism. You could call it structures. You could call it power, whatever you want, whatever the case is. But the whole
Oppressive,
point
you
is
can say, no, let's be specific. Let's be
oppressive.
specific. Relations of oppression.
You can use all those words all you want.
No. Let's use specific words.
Okay, but my whole point is that if you want to use those specific words, you are still creating a similar system.
Yeah,
because
which is why you need to have a revolution, because you have to eliminate that overarching oppressive structure, and then you have to only have the independent.
So here's my question to you: are you saying every little community becomes its own little country then?
There are no countries, okay?
No.
The whole concept of country, the nation states, as we know it, most people grow up just like us. As we grew up as children, we learn of the world as divided up in countries, in nation states. And most people never learn that the nation state is one way of organizing the world, and it's a relatively new way of organizing the world. It's not the only way the world could be organized. It's not the way it was organized more than a few hundred years ago. It's through the advent of the transatlantic slave trade and through the rise of capitalism that we also get the advent of the nation states. So this is an invention which is created to serve the interests of capitalism and colonialism. And if we want to live in a just world, we can't live in a world which is that world, or which is a world which is just slightly structured. So we take those same structures. Okay, we're going to have the country. Just let me finish this.
Yeah.
We're going to have the country, and then we're going to change a few laws here and there. All of a sudden, it's going to be just. Not going to work. We're going to have this police force. We're going to tinker with it. All of a sudden, it's going to be just. Not going to happen. Over to you.
So, how can I put this? We had countries already established before America, before North America. We know that already because
there were no countries prior to colonialism and the transatlantic slave trade. There was no such thing as a modern nation state. In Europe, what existed at the time were kingdoms.
Yeah, I know, but even though there were a kingdom, there were still known as countries until 1776. That's when things changed.
Well,
right? That's this whole new idea to get away from that whole kingdom because we don't want to be under a king anymore.
yeah, there was a number of revolutions. It was
Right.
the most important revolution is not the one you're talking about. It's not the American Revolution. It's not the French Revolution. You know the most important revolution in history?
Which one?
Haitian Revolution.
Sorry?
The Haitian Revolution.
Oh, you're talking about what happened in Hades.
I'm talking about in the age of revolutions.
Yeah.
There's the American Revolution, there's French
Yeah.
Revolution. Those are big.
Yeah.
But it's the Haitian Revolution, which is not taught in the history classes, and that is really the most significant revolution in the age of revolutions.
Yes, people are going to say Haitian. What happened in Hades?
Would you like me to tell you?
I know what happened in there, but for our viewers, go ahead.
Well,
No, you
just,
said people are going to say no. You said people are going to ask. I mean,
No, because sometimes some people don't know what Haitian mean, right? Because I had a few times we were talking about when I said, "Oh, I had some employees they're Haitian descent," and they're like, "Haitian, what's that?" Oh, they're from Haiti.
you can explain that. I need to tell you that Calvin Carpenter, I don't know, some guy looks like he drives a Ferrari, but he's one of our fans on YouTube. He says, "It's not the world; it's the evil of people that's backing an old system."
Okay,
Certainly, yeah, some good
he has
points.
a point. He
Good
has
point.
a point.
And obviously he's a smart guy. We should have him on the show sometime.
he has been on the show.
Sarcasm, Mike.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike.
You're welcome.
I was talking to the other Mike. Laws are designed to make money and to enslave people into a financial situation for the families to make money. I assume he means, the rich families. I think we're all in agreement on that as well. And he also says, let me see if I can get this right. That was his third comment. Mike, now that you say it, I feel like he has been on the show.
You feel like he has been on the show.
Yeah, I think maybe he was on the show, yeah.
Just send him a link if you want to jump on.
We should send the guy a link. Let's see if we can get him on the after party.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mr. Carpenter, if you're listening out there, why don't you join us? And you may as well put me in my place because I've been shouting a lot.
So here's okay. So going back to what I was trying to say, what I said to you, G, you kind of went to the point where I'm getting at, and I'm glad Calvin kind of made this point. About evil people that are backing the old system. What guarantees do we have, based on the system that you're talking about, it doesn't get corrupted later on? And
That's a good point. That's a good point. And actually, the answer to that, hey, Calvin, was good. Listen, just before you come on and straighten out these motherfuckers, I want to tell you that Children of Primus, or Lottie, I think this is directed at you. Children of Primus says https://streamyard.com/PKHDGSUTED. Now, I'm no expert, but I think what that the acronym there stands for Bawweep Ninigrab.
Oh, you want some gum?
See, hey, Calvin, over here we say gummies.
Oh man, my weekend has been fucking nuts, guys. Like, death in the family.
Oh,
shit.
my condolences, man. My condolences.
Oh,
Shit is not looking good. And then not only that, these fuckers are trying to sign our rights over to the WHO and to all these institutions. And not only that, we about to go into World War III. I don't know anybody know anything about that. And then you got the monkeypox and the COVID shit coming back. So, and that's what I was saying the whole time. Listen to what was going on. I just logged in. I just got home from a 2-hour drive. Had to drop my auntie out 2 hours away because we were trying to get prepared for my aunt's funeral.
Oh shit, man! I'm really
So-
sorry to hear that.
There's a lot of stuff going on. Stressful. People, my Facebook is down. I don't know if y'all know what's going on because some lady decided to take over my account. Tried to change my whole entire phone number. Now I got to change my whole Facebook.
I
Take
told
all
you,
of that
Calvin.
shit. Yeah.
Calvin, I told you to stop messing with those white girls.
No, anyway, Gary, it's just dumbass people that they finna go to jail. That's all it is. If you can hack both my numbers, and then I just changed my number today, and this motherfucker still out there, so the FCC and AT&T can have a problem. So as soon as I get back next week, I'm slapping the ass with a lawsuit because there's no way that person got my information, and then the lady that was helping me, she just disappeared.
See,
So,
God
and
bless
then-
America, man, because you can't do that shit here in Canada. You can't fucking sue anybody here, man.
And then not only that, right? Because AT&T got the trade-in value. These motherfuckers lost my fucking phone, dude. That I traded in.
Oh, that sucks.
So now the phone that I got is officially paid off. So they tell me that I owe $800. I said no, because the old phone that I traded in was in excellent condition. So that phone was over $800. So
I got screwed on that same thing. That same shit happened to me. Where they didn't want it, where they told me they were going to take a trade in and then
Yep.
give me a certain price. So I got the phone and then they didn't accept the trade in.
But guess what though? I got my case for my Galaxy S10 Plus,
Nice.
and they got that number on it, that MIE I number on it.
Mhm.
So these fuckers trying to get me. So I said, you know what? Play your stupid games, and I'm finna walk out with a huge ass price.
Yeah, mobile companies. That's a whole other types of scams that's running on.
Oh, they all doing it. Even these corporations now, because they're getting, I guess, U.S. Bank is now getting fined for taking money out of people's accounts.
Mm.
So
Yep.
I'm just letting you guys know. I know y'all in Canada, so y'all finna feel the same wrath as us, because these motherfuckers finna sell our ass out.
Oh yeah. Put it this way:
Hmm.
how much you pay for your cell service
$135.
a month?
Yeah.
US dollars.
Oh
Wait,
fuck,
I'm-
man!
Surprised. I've never
Yeah.
heard that's so high for a U.S. Canada's usually the highest in the world.
Yeah.
He has you on AT&T?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, this because he's classy. He drives a Ferrari and he's on AT&T. All right. I got T-Mobile. It's half the price. Although the reception is also half as good.
I've always heard the jokes about that.
See, I'm on Virgin over here in Canada, and I'm paying altogether $67.80.
Oh,
That's
shit.
true. That to us, Calvin, basically what he just said is he's paying $40.
Wait, 67.
Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
But hold on.
Hell no.
I only have like 11 gigs, and if I go over that 11 gigs, then I
Right.
gotta pay $5.
Oh,
Yeah, well, you're not a baller. You got to have unlimited internet like Calvin.
No,
Yeah, see, we don't. Canada doesn't get unlimited.
Yeah, well,
what?
no, we do, but we have to pay like $150, $180 a month.
No, we don't have unlimited. It's even in the contract. It's one of those.
It slows it
It's-
down.
That's what it is. So basically, our
They do the same
unlimited.
thing here. They do the same thing here. You go, even though it's unlimited, you go over a certain amount of gigs, but it's high.
Yeah,
Like,
but there's
it's
only
like
one
20,
company
it's
that
like-
does that.
It's like 20 or 50 gigs. If I stream, I can't remember what it is, but like
Yeah.
it's happened to me a few times where I wasn't using my internet at home for weeks. I'm
Mhm.
just
Yeah.
like using hotspot all the time.
Yeah,
And then I hit the limit and they send me a text and they say, you've used like 20 gigs or 50 gigs
yeah.
this
Right.
month. So you may get slower service. And then it is slow. But
So
like it takes a lot for me to get to that.
we have one company that does that, which is Freedom, right? And all the other companies, they only offer like 11 gigs, 20 gigs,
You
If you're
look,
lucky, if you're lucky,
listen,
us
you
does that
whiners,
too.
listen, you whiners. You can just get a U.S. cell phone. And my phone or Calvin's phone works fine in Canada, and it's not long distance for us to call you or you to call us. You
Yep.
just get a U.S. phone and use it.
Yeah, because you can use your little chip in your SIM card. You can put that in any phone, any unlockable phone. You're
Yeah,
good.
just get a U.S. number.
But Mike, if you're paying within the range of 60 to 70, that's still average compared to what they're trying to charge everyone else. They're looking at least like their starting rates are at least 80 to 90.
because
So
If you're paying 65 and you got 11 gigs, that's cheap.
Mhm.
no, because I had to fight, man. I was with Bell for fucking 20 years, and I said to
Bell's
him, you
the
know
worst
what?
of them.
No, I know, and I said, you know what? I'm done with you guys. I'm fucking leaving. And then I went to
No.
Virgin, right?
If I were to move back to Canada, I wouldn't use a Canadian cell phone. I would just use an American phone.
Yeah,
Because
But
there's
you
no
can't
such
use
thing as long distance. Like we used to have long distance, so that would have been an issue, but we don't have that now.
yeah, but in
Right.
Canada now we have like Canada-wide calling, right? But if I go to the
Yeah,
States,
but look,
I get long
if
distance.
you've got a
training.
U.S. phone, you could call anywhere in Canada or the U.S. for free.
Mhm.
So I'm telling you, there's no long distance even between the two countries.
Right.
Yeah, the plans are just so different.
So if I went into the States, I would have to call Virgin and say, listen, I'm going to the States, so I have to pay like an additional $20 a month. But
You shouldn't have to because we have Virgin Mobile here.
No, I get that, but the thing is that I pay. So for that 1 month, even though I'm going to be in the States for 2 weeks, I got to pay an additional $20, and then I cancel it, right?
No, I would just get a phone that's
stupid, man.
unlockable, and
Yeah.
it works everywhere you go, and then you still paying a cheap price.
Oh,
Like
Calvin,
once you
here's what you're
unlock your
missing.
phone, you can go
Here's what
anywhere
you're
in the
missing, Calvin.
world.
He doesn't want a solution to his problem. He just wants to complain about how bad his problem is.
That's the Canadian way, eh?
Man, I'm just telling you
Sorry.
right now, man. That I got screwed over on my plans like every time, and these folks they're telling that we got true unlimited, but then I get like a thing saying you went over your megabytes per second. I said, well, I thought it had unlimited, so where the hell does this pop up at?
Yeah,
Why
but you don't
just
pay
here?
extra for that, right?
No, we don't pay. No, I don't pay extra
Yeah.
for anything.
See, we will have to pay extra over here.
No, Calvin, you're paying for that in your $130. You could opt for a cheaper plan that didn't have the unlimited so-called.
Oh, I'm finna get away from them, dude. I'm finna go back to Verizon because I never had these issues. When I got with AT&T, it's just been so many issues.
Yeah.
And then not only that, Samsung will sell your information.
Yeah, every company sells your information. It's I mean, there's one trick that a teacher taught me years ago was to figure out who sold your information. Anytime you sign up for a company, use a variation for your name. So so like with the phone company, use Calvin Carpenter. With the gas company, use like C Carpenter or anything. Once you start getting like junk mail, depending on the name, you know who sold it.
What I do in addition to that is I use different birth years. Whenever when I have to put down my birth date for something, I use my birth date, so I don't forget if I need it for verification. But I always change the birth year.
Oh wow!
Information is power, man.
Exactly.
That's what it comes down to.
Exactly. Do you guys know about de-Googled phones?
I've heard of it. I tried looking up on YouTube, and it didn't. I couldn't really find somebody to help me do that with my cell phone.
So you can't do it with your cell phone. You have to actually maybe you could. I don't know a lot about it. I'll tell you the little bit that I know. The point is exactly what you guys are talking about. A de-Googled phone is an Android phone that doesn't have any Google stuff on it. And the purpose is so that you're not tracked by Google or any other company.
Interesting.
Gotcha.
You have to root it.
And so you can buy phones from people who set up phones this way. I don't know how you would do it yourself.
It's called
That's almost-
rooting. You
That's
have to
almost a,
root your
a
phone.
Linux phone in a sense.
It's kind of like a Linux phone. It's
Interesting.
not a Linux phone because the guy that I know that I've watched on YouTube who sells these phones, he's got a tech company.
Mhm.
He sells these phones and he talks about Linux phones as well. So that's the only reason I know
Well,
it's
wait a
not a
minute.
Linux phone.
Linux
Funny,
have
I
phones?
mean, like I'm saying that it's like I didn't know Linux phones existed, but that's the only way to really de-Google a device.
Well, it's not because these phones exist. But actually, the Linux phones, and all my information here is sketchy, so I could be wrong. But my information, which is about a year old, let's say, is that the Linux phones are getting ready to come out. They're not like available now.
Okay, I mean that makes sense.
But the de-Google phones exist now, and the Linux phones are either out now, they weren't a year ago, or they are going to be out sometime soon.
See,
Cool.
the videos that I saw, it's called rooting your phone.
Yeah.
Right? And I was trying to do that, but the problem is that if you fuck up on a step, like you literally could fuck up your whole phone.
Mhm.
Yeah, but don't.
I'm not there
don't-
yet.
Just don't
Right.
fuck up the steps. It's not. Don't be scared by that stuff. Like you can destroy your phone, but that's kind of like saying it's the same thing. Like on anything that you buy, and it says like if you repair it, like you'll void your warranty.
No,
Like,
I don't
you
care
could-
about
You
that.
could screw it up, but if you follow the directions, you won't screw it up.
Mhm.
Or you can just do a factory reset. It'll start the phone back when you first got it.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah, but rooting the phone bypasses some of the technology and the bloatware that is that's put on it by your manufacturer.
Yep.
Which, of course, just resetting your phone is not going to do that. But routing your phone, Orlati, is not de-Googling your phone. So there's that is a different level of setting up the phone in such a way that the information is not tracked.
No, agreed. But when I was watching, I'm just saying, however, there was this person that I was watching. He was saying when you're rooting your phone, and he mentioned about bloating apps,
Sure.
right? And then also getting rid of all these Google apps that you don't want at all
Right.
on your phone, right?
Right.
So it's like, for example, like on my phone, I got this version, my version thing, whatever, right? That I can't get rid of.
Yeah.
Right. So that it's part and partial, right?
Right.
I was trying to do that.
Right. But to de-Google the phone, you have to go a step further, which would include, and this is the whole like convenience versus like, do you consent to being oppressed or do you consent to being a product, right?
Mhm.
And here's where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. Is you get a de-Googled phone, you don't have the App Store.
Dang. Yep, that is true. That's true.
Mhm.
So, Orlati, all the things you want to get rid of on your phone, you're not trying to get rid of the App Store. But that's the only way to make Google not track you. App Store has to be gone.
Yeah.
Which means that any apps that you want on your phone, you got to learn beyond having learned to root your phone, you're going to have to learn how to sideload apps, download APKs.
Yeah.
Which you can learn to do, but that's the whole question of like, are people willing to learn, in order to protect their privacy? And of course, sadly, we know the answer is no.
They be selling that privacy, man. They be selling that privacy, man. They don't
Yeah,
care.
just
They're just
people
not
like
private anymore.
people like, yeah, but people say that, but they don't really understand the consequences, and therefore they don't care.
No, because everything is convenience today. It's all about convenience.
When was
Yeah.
it not?
And your safety too. Right?
Yeah, quote unquote.
It's a scary world out there. There's viruses and there's people with bats and chains. They could show up at your door. That's why you need police.
Don't be hesitant.
No,
Don't be
Mike,
hesitant.
is And I wanted to say this. I mean, like a while ago, going back to one of your earlier comments in terms of do you call the police or do you create a police, like a community that polices itself? Certain parts of Jane and Finch and other parts of the city and many other cities around the world, they do self-police in a sense that if some people were to come to your door trying to break in and other people in your neighborhood notice this, they're running those people out in a minute. So if the police were to show up, they'd be like, well, we heard there's an incident. There's nothing to see here. We took care of it. Good night.
That's the right answer. And let me add on to that. In the scale of human history, police have existed for a blip on the screen. For the majority of human history, the community is policed in exactly the way Spin said. Everybody knows everybody in the community. Anybody robs anybody, they get dealt with.
Yeah,
that's how humanity exists and has existed in peaceful settlements and villages forever. And that only stops when you have an aggressive kingdom or polity that comes over and then enslaves your village. That's when police get introduced into the equation. Prior to that, there's no actual police. There's no indigenous society that creates a police force. The police force is created when you have division in society between the haves and the have-nots.
Yep.
I mean, I've seen self-policing in the building I grew up in within the area, which is primarily Italian back in the day. If if we saw like a bunch of people come into your front yard looking for trouble, they're getting run out. Like your neighbors, the people across the street, whoever's hanging out, they're protecting your yard because you're a homeboy. Like we're not letting trouble come to your door.
Yeah, right, that's what Driftwood was all about, right?
Exactly.
I tell you a true story. There's one time it was so funny. We were young. We were like 6 years old. We're at a birthday party, and people are going to look at the 6 years old. Well, it was a different time back in the 80s. Okay, so at 6 years old, we were allowed to run around on our own without our parents. So I was at a birthday party with me and another kid, and our parents didn't know where we were, and they were looking for us. Word got out, and one of the persons that found us was like one of the biggest drug dealers in a sense.
Damn.
Okay, came by, grabbed us by the ears.
It wasn't me.
No, it definitely was. I'll tell you that. And he grabbed us by the ears, brought me to my mom and dad. Here you go, Mr. Orlati. Here's your son and Mrs. Orlati. And he basically, don't you ever make your parents look for you like that again. I agree. I'm not disagreeing to that, right? Mm-hmm. It's just my only concern is that if you look at certain systems, for example, if you look at a democratic or a republic system, I would prefer a republic system based on the fact that when you look at majority rules, so for example, if someone accused me of doing something that wasn't true, but I have like these 10 people that are agreeing that they want to do something against me because they have, something evil or something, motivating to get rid of me so they can take my land, versus a republic system where, I'm proven innocent before guilty among my peers. You get what I'm saying? So there's checks and balances in places. That's why you have these so-called police that will come in to do the investigation. So going back to what I was saying to you before, and even Calvin, and Calvin mentioned this as well, how do we know that we don't have evil people that will come in there and take advantage of these things? How do we put these checks and balances and blocks?
Yeah,
we already have these systems in place. If you really think about it,
sounds like a certain level of corruption, because I mean, exactly as you said it, from the from you're 6 years old, and ties into what I was trying to explain earlier.
Yeah.
Certain time frames of like the 80s and 90s, you know, if problems came, older brothers, sisters, friends on the block, uncles, other parents, they're dealing with the problems. Like there's no reason to call any form of authority. Like the block protects the block. You know,
Listen, Smith. What I think what Orlati is asking about is in the system that the three of us seem to be advocating, which is the natural way that human beings organize themselves in a legitimate, non-hierarchical, non-oppressive society. Orlati's concern is what is called the tyranny of the majority. So if you got community policing, you also could have community bullying. Right. So
I understand that. And that's a whole different level of issue.
The answer is that's the Council of Elders. Right. That's where it's like, look, everybody's ganging up on me in the community. They're accusing me of stuff. It's just because they don't like me because I'm different. That's why you have a council. And that has always existed. That wasn't invented by Europeans. It wasn't invented because the Magna Carta was drafted. That's all bullshit. It's the natural way that human beings organize themselves. Get together, they form a council. So you don't need cops. You don't need any of this bullshit. You don't need any of this oppression. All the justifications we have for, oh, well, it would be anarchy if you didn't have cops. Oh, well, that's all bullshit.
Well, it's funny because then once you say the council, I'm thinking in the Klingon sense, if there's corruption within the council, what then happens?
It stays, and then you got the people. You got some of the people that actually think that the government is here to save them, and they're getting used. And so now you got trust and you got distrust because the ones with the distrust is smart because they know what's going on. But you also got those ones that keep voting for the same problems, for the same issues. And because here in the United States, what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. These people do not bag my people. The only thing they do, they pretend like they're for us and they're not for us. Then when it comes down to mid-season or terms or the vote, hey, they come with the solution, and there's no problems until other things starting to occur. Because just like now, I'm looking at this unfold when that guy walked in that store and shot those people. Did you know there was other people involved in that? Cops, detectives, political parties,
always
all involved, and they pulled the record because he did a live Twitch, did all these things, and he wrote in his gun with the N-word, and he said, "Reparation. This year, reparations is bullets." And I said to myself, where's the gangbangers now? Because now y'all say y'all big and bad, so y'all supposed to be protecting the hood, because back in the early days, gangsters did control their neighborhood watch.
That's the whole point. That's the whole point of the game.
But there was a relation. But here's the funny part: is there was a relationship between the gangs and the police. There was that mutual respect.
Because they're gangs. Because the cops are a gang.
I'm not denying that.
It's two separate gangs.
Right, but there was that comment, and this is the key word right here. And I'm surprised none of us had a touch based on this. It's that respect. And I think in today's society, okay, that word is lost.
Bro, I thought you were going to say the key word was.
You think back in the day the cops respected anybody?
Nope.
Come on, bro.
No, hold on. Okay, I'm talking about back in the days in the 80s and 90s. There was that
when the cops were respectful.
Okay, no, there was that respect in a sense.
Have you heard of a group called Public Enemy? Spin, maybe you have a logo you could show.
I have no clue who they are. I was wondering.
Oh my goodness!
I was wondering that logo over there. It's like. You know, is that Call of Duty over there or something? Or I don't know.
No. Okay, they was talking about the corruption behind the police, and then you have the government. So basically, you got it's just like saying, I drive a nice car, and my other neighbor don't drive a so nice car. He gonna get pulled over. They're gonna let me go because they think, oh, this guy. Because look what he said earlier: the has-nots and the has-beens.
Mhm.
You got those two types of people. One can
Always
fight
been
the
like that.
system,
It's always been like that.
and one cannot fight the system. So now the system, what I said in that little note that I said, that laws is meant for extortion, racketeering, and also cause more problems because they know that the poor cannot afford it, but the rich can.
But
Right.
it's always been like that. So let's go back to
No, Oladia, that's not always been like that.
Yes, it's always.
No,
Hold
it
on.
hasn't. Listen.
Can I say this one
Well,
point?
I think what
and
he's
then
saying
reply
is
to it?
it's always been like that.
Hold on.
Can I just say this one example?
I gotta answer your comment that you made earlier.
Hold on.
And-
Let me. It ties in what I was going to say.
It's my
Hold
turn.
on. It's going to tie in what I'm saying. It goes back to your council of elders. Remember we were talking about, right?
Never heard of it.
Mentioned. Okay. Let's just say I have some money.
I'm gonna answer your question about the council.
I know, but I just want to make sure that
No, you asked the question. It's my turn to answer it. Listen, first of all, this comment you just made, where you keep saying it's always been like that. We've gone over this on
I
this
corrected
show
myself
right
there. I said back in the days when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s.
Bro, can you stop interrupting, please? Let's take turns. Seriously, just take your turn. I sit here with my arms crossed while you're talking. Just take turns. Now, it has not always been like that. It has only been like that in the modern nation state. For the majority of human history, there have not been these systems for this kind of corruption to occur. The reason why, so you asked, like, what if the council becomes corrupt? All right, I'm going to answer that question. It relates to what Calvin said directly after, when he's talking about politicians who promise one thing, don't deliver. That occurs because of the scale of the nation state. If you live in communities, that cannot occur. Why? Because we show up at your house if you're fucking around. So you don't get to have a chief or a community elder or a group of elders who are corrupt, because the community is small enough that a self-policing community means that we also police the council. And so just the way we have today, where there's a politician or a leader who you vote for them, you never see them in real life. You can't go to their house if they fuck with you, right? But in a legitimate system, in the way that most humans have lived for most of history, you can go to the house of the elder. You can go to the house of the chief. And if the council is corrupt, then 8 guys will get together and do something about it. So that's why you can have, and that's why the system is not hierarchical. Not because individuals don't get greedy, but when your system is small enough or your community is tight-knit enough, then corruption is dealt with by the community.
Well, I think what Mike was trying to say in terms of, like, the corruption didn't exist in the time frame of humans. The corruption existed once that system was put in place. It was corrupt from day one. It's been corrupt since. Before the system, there wasn't the corruption.
Yeah,
but you're also
but Mike is continuing. But when people say, yeah, it's always been like that, like, what can we do? As if just because we live in this modern nation state world, there's no other way to organize human society. Mm-hmm. And that is patently false. And we all grow up believing that. All of us have to unlearn that. I'm not any different than anybody else, but I have unlearned it. Chuck D helped me unlearn it, and lots of other folks. And you got to learn that just because this is the way the world was when we were born into it, and this is the way the world is now, it doesn't mean, here I'll do a slogan, that another world is impossible, because another world is possible.
Mhm.
And we don't have to live in a world with racist police or with police at all or with prisons at all. Period.
Okay.
It's all.
And
It's
the
all.
only
It's,
and the only reason we continue to live with it is because people continue to believe that there is no alternative, and we can build an alternative.
Mhm.
So, stating what you just said, especially your last statement, it's very true. I'm not going to disagree with you on that part. Okay? But you're also saying that in time, that's how it was. But that was like we're talking about like way back in the days. And what I mean by way back in the days, we're talking about even before kingdoms.
Not before kingdoms, contemporaneous with kingdoms. Because
Okay?
here's the other thing that is misrepresented in the way that mainstream history is taught everywhere in the world, not just in the US or Canada,
I'm not
everywhere
talking
in the
about
world.
US, I'm talking about around the world.
I'm telling you this. The way that history is taught prior to nation states is kingdoms, as if kingdoms are the only thing that existed. However, majority of societies throughout history were not kingdoms. Majority of communities, majority of the world was organized in acephalous societies. That is, villages that are not run by a centralized elite authority. All right,
Hold on.
that's what a kingdom is. That's also what a modern nation state is. That's a hierarchical system. Now, what happened in history is the European kingdoms were trying to eliminate each other to be the, the number one on the block.
Yeah,
And
we're
when
talking
they-
about
when they-
empires.
and you-
We're talking about empires then.
No, we are talking about acephalous societies. An acephalous society means a society that is not hierarchical and oppressive. And that is most of the societies throughout most of human history, including the time when you have been taught that it was just kingdoms running the world. It was not kingdoms. Kingdoms were in the minority. Acephalous societies were in the majority. The kingdoms colonized the rest of the world and forced us to live under their oppressive system. So it is not the case.
What are you looking at? Can you explain to me the year that you're looking at that are not kingdom wise? They're what's that word? Because I cannot
All right,
pronounce
look,
it correctly.
Acephalous, but like
Thank you.
I've repeated myself 3 times and you're missing the point that I'm making. When you're talking, you keep saying the time before kingdoms. I'm telling you, it's not a time before kingdoms. It is contemporary. So maybe I'm sorry. It could be the vocabulary. I apologize. What I'm saying is kingdoms
Mm-hmm.
and let's say democratic societies, indigenous democratic societies. That's what I'm using the term acephalous. Acephalous means without a head. All right, but we can use a simpler term. Let's say indigenous democratic societies. Most societies in history were that way. And there were only a handful of kingdoms in the world. But the kingdoms took over, colonized the acephalous societies, created the world we have today. So I'm not saying there was a time with no kingdoms, then there was a kingdom time, then there was a nation state time. Not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the whole world was in indigenous democratic societies, along with non-democratic indigenous societies. They were hierarchical societies. They were violent societies. They were dominant societies, also known as kingdoms.
Okay.
All
So
right?
now we're
That's
on
a
the same.
king- That's
Now
a
we're on the
kingdom.
same page. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Because along you said there was these other systems in place during the same time. Now we're talking.
Mhm.
Now we're on the same page. Because
Yes.
the way you were saying it, and I'm glad that you corrected yourself because you're saying the vocabulary we were saying it was just
Clarified.
strictly
I
this.
clarified myself. I didn't correct
No,
myself.
and no, and I agree that. So thank you for that. So my whole point, what I'm saying is that during this whole period of time here, right? Yes, you had these democratic,
Indigenous
non-head,
society.
indigenous. You know, if you look at North America before Christopher Columbus came here, but even before Christopher Columbus, because he wasn't the first that came over here from Europe. We know that
Yeah.
already. We know that the Vikings came here already beforehand. We know that the Irish actually came. What's called
Asians.
actually came through here. We also know the Asians. When you look at the first
Arabs.
man that walked over, they all came from what's called from Asia, and they all came over through Russia and right into North America, and they walked all the way down to South America. I get all that. What I'm just saying is that you have these systems in place already. You have all these elders, and my whole concern is that, if you look at today where we're living in right now, in order to do what you're saying, D, okay, you need a small population.
No, you don't need a small population.
You need a
Okay.
big population.
So how? Okay,
You're organizing the population in smaller autonomous units.
okay. So let's clarify this, because I want to make sure that I totally understand, and not just only that, for our viewers, because there's certain things I'm understanding, certain things I'm not. Because the way you were saying is that if we have these small communities that are policing themselves or governing themselves, let's just say, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we have this land called the U.S. here, right? So, are you saying, like, for example, like New York State is a big okay? New York State is a big state. Am I wrong to say that?
No.
Because due to population as well too, right?
Yeah.
So how do you control? Okay, you know what? I'm going to use California because at least I know what the population number there is. So you have 36 million people living in California, right?
Do you know
How
how
do
many
you
people? Do you know how many people live in Canada?
Yeah, 30, almost 36 million people. There's 35.5 million.
Exactly.
So that's why
Less in
I'm using
Canada than just in California.
Yeah, that's why I'm using California as an example, because you guys are in states, right? So because at least I know what the population is there, right? So if you have these 36 million people living in California, right, and you have all these little towns, right? How are they working together? How are they are putting this system in place? And
Well,
then,
it's you go with the verse of think locally, act globally, I believe. In a sense, you take California.
I think there might be a song like that.
I think I heard a song about that once.
well,
But
what's
you
like
take California, you could take New York, you can take Ontario, you can take anywhere. You start breaking each larger region down into the smaller regions. And even within the smaller regions, you think of, I mean, for in a sense, okay, I mean, all of us know New York, so we're going to take New York as an example. New York is broken down into boroughs. Within each of those boroughs, there's still enough people to outnumber the politicians, to outnumber the police within that borough. If the borough said we are policing our own borough, and the police are like, well, no, we're going to police this borough, the borough will say no. There's like however many millions of us within this area. There's like 4,000 of you. You guys get lost. We're policing our own area. We've set our own rules. And every country can do that. Every state, every region, every town, city can do that. Because unless you're talking about a town where there's like 400 or 500 people, and even in that town, a town of 400 people, they can only employ at least like 15 cops at most. Like not 500 of them are working within the police force.
Right.
There's still a larger amount of people within the community to outrun whatever police system exists, to revert back into the system of we're policing our own land, our own people. We take care of ourselves.
So how do these rules will work?
I mean, how would the rules work?
If I say, you know what, man, I don't know, like, I'm not sure. Listen, I'm not trying to be a smart ass here. I'm being really sincere.
No. Ask the question. I think I know where it's going.
No, but I'm saying so we're policing ourselves, and once we're policing ourselves, obviously we have to have some kind of rules or some agreement.
Okay.
Let me use the word agreement instead, right? So we have to have some kind of agreement, right? Is that written down, or is that just like an unspoken agreement?
I mean, if you want to get in the political sense or of it, it can be written down. A lot of rules, I mean, again, if we go back in the days, a lot of rules were unspoken of like, I've got my home over here, you've got your home over there. I protect my house. I have no reason to come damage your house. You have no reason to come damage my house. We both go to work. If I see someone outside of the community coming to your house, I'm going to go check them. Just the same way you're going to do if you see some stranger coming to my house, you're going to check them. Those are just unspoken rules. There's a lot of unspoken rules that could exist without having to enforce a police system within a community. And I mean, it's you've got communities, they grow their own food, they have their own resources, they all take care of each other. There's no policing or written rules involved. And a lot of it is just unspoken, almost common sense rules.
Here's a better question. Here's maybe a way to ground this more concretely, maybe. Orlati, it seems like you've alluded to having some understanding of indigenous societies in North America prior to European settlements and colonization. So maybe a better way to ask the question is like we're starting from like a basis of that kind of a society. So they don't have police. Also, like in your questions, there is the conflation between the role of the police force and the role of the government as sort of a law-making institution. And obviously they're related, but the police, but like when we're in the earlier part of the discussion, we're talking about the cops, and then it bleeds into the laws. It like, obviously you're not confused about this, but the way you're talking about it conflated the role of the police, which is just the armed, is literally the violent arm of the state, right? So the police enforce the will of the state. The police are not arbiters of the law, right? The police don't show up and like help you figure something out or make a judgment call other than the judgment call of like, do I pull the gun or not? Or which person am I arresting in the scenario? But the questions about right and wrong, that's in our system arbitrated by the government, right? The legislation, which is politicians. And the problem is that the politicians are further than arm's length from the people that they are legislating on behalf of. And arm's length is another way of saying, or lack of arm's length is lack of accountability, right?
Mm-hmm.
If somebody is making laws and enforcing laws and making decisions about laws about my life, but I cannot access that person, and the only way I can access that person is write them an email or vote or don't vote for them, that is a farce. That's a mockery of the notion of democracy. And democracy, as we've all alluded to here already, existed long before the word democracy existed. In terms of practice, that's how, for instance, in many indigenous societies, not all indigenous societies, in this part of the world existed. It was a democratic society. There was no police force. There was no military. The only time any of us got militant is when we're going up against another village, another tribe. There's no militancy within the community. And when you have, like, I'm just sort of repeating something I said, but it bears repeating here.
That's fine.
Because I'm hoping that this helps connect the ideas, like, because I do appreciate the way you're asking questions, like this is a worthwhile discussion, despite my getting frustrated earlier with some of the comments, but to your point, this is exactly the kind of discussion that more people need to have in order to clarify these issues, in order to conceptualize, because none of us can say what would a future world without police look like. And that's kind of like that's the question you're asking us. None of us can answer that. That's the same question of, like, what would the world look like after a revolution? We don't know. We can imagine, we can hope, we can aim, we can plan, but we can't actually know, right? So what we can do is we can draw on the lessons of the past. We can say, okay, well, indigenous societies organize themselves this way. Would that work in our future? Maybe, obviously not without some modifications, because we live in a different world. Sure. But there is ways to police, to let me not even say police. There's ways to ensure that community standards are maintained in your society without the use of a professionalized armed force that works on behalf of people who the majority of the people have no ability to hold accountable. So we can't hold police accountable. We can't hold politicians accountable. The whole notion that any nation state on the planet Earth is a democracy is a ridiculous joke.
I'm not going to disagree with you there, because one of the ways a lot of these politicians, some of these police officers, because like I said, I know a lot of police officers, and they're fantastic people. Okay.
Sure.
And
I don't doubt that, and I don't know a ton, but I know a couple.
Yeah. And the thing is this, is that they have this thing called in goodwill or in good faith, and that's what protects them, right? Because they thought they were doing something in goodwill or in good faith, which really they weren't, if you know what I mean, because they got that that suitcase under the table, and that's what protects them, right?
The system, actually, the union protects them, because the union falls under the leftist agenda. Because here in the United States, what I'm about to tell you, because SF, you moved to Houston, Texas, right? Did you know you can open carry and your neighbor will actually protect your house? But if you live here in Minnesota, where I live at, you can't do none of those things. And the intruder can come into your house. You got to take your family in the next room, and if that person comes in the next room, you still can't defend yourself.
Go somewhere else. Go in the bunker.
That's the Canadian law. That's how Canadian law works.
That's how you're gonna pull an Al Bundy. When you punch the guy in the face, you gotta sue him for breaking your hand.
No, that guy can sue you. That guy can sue you, and this is what I'm trying to tell you, that
D got what I said. No, I was saying D got what I said. There was an episode on Married with Children.
Oh, where
the criminal, was suing Al Bundy, and Al Bundy, okay, so he punched the guy in the face. He goes, "I'm suing you now for breaking my hand," right? So, but what I was saying before, there's that goodwill, good faith protection there, right? Which I think is bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a position, like, put it this way. I've always said, if you're going to become a police officer, a firefighter, or in the an ambulance or something like that, there's like special tests that you need to go through.
Yeah.
Because not everybody could be that. Not everybody could be in that position. For example, you have about like 900 or so Metro Toronto police officers that are on PTS, and they're getting paid, right? And what happened is that
PTS.
Yeah, PTS or PTS. Sorry, PTSD. Sorry.
Okay.
And they're at home getting paid, right? Why? Because they thought this job was going to be easy, until the fact that, they came, to a house and they found a baby in a microwave, let's just say. Or they were at a car accident and they saw this guy's brain got all smashed and they had to pick, they have to pick up, the brains from the ground there and clean up that whole mess. And because they saw that, they're like, oh my God, that's it. I'm on
That one might have been.
Yeah,
right?
but you know what? That's
But the thing is this for me, I've always said, if you're going to become a police officer or whatever, or in that kind of line, you need to go through certain tests, okay, to make sure that you are capable and able to do that job correctly. Because if you're not,
Yeah, but guess what, Oladi? Guess what? Guess
that
what?
badge or that
Guess what?
firefighter or the EMS.
Guess what?
Go ahead.
They do test your IQ to become a cop. And if you score too high, you're rejected.
mm-hmm.
Really? Maybe in the States, but not here in Vaughan.
No, Canada.
No. In Vaughan. Listen to
I'm
me.
talking about Toronto, where I am from.
Okay, because in Vaughan, you need to have your university degree in order to become a police officer.
I'm surprised.
Guess what? To get your university degree, they don't test your IQ. And there's a lot of dumb motherfuckers who get a university degree.
But that goes back to what I was saying originally. There should be certain special tests that
I'm telling you, there are tests. There are tests.
I'm talking about special. I'll give you an example.
You're missing my point. I understand what you're saying. What you're saying.
Yeah.
You're missing my point. My point is the police force. Sure, this is the problem with what you're saying. Okay, what you're saying is a standard liberal response to police abuse. So there's abuse by the police in the community. We can look at all kinds of examples, but as long as you are thinking about it, we say, oh, these guys are knuckleheads or whatever, these cops, there's good cops and bad cops, and we need better education for the good cops. We need more cops out here with more education. What you're missing is that, and say, oh, we could better educate the police. Yeah, if we were setting the curriculum for the police, sure, we could better educate the police. But we are not setting the curriculum for the police. The people who are setting the curriculum for the police are the same people who have designed, historically speaking, the police force. And the police force is not there to protect and serve. The police force is there as a gang to terrorize the population and to keep the population in check. And when the population starts to protest, you put the population in jail. If they get courageous, they protest. And the way you keep them from being courageous is by killing them off every once in a while, randomly. So that's police terrorism. And then the other thing is you have the police state, which we have seen in Canada on a number of occasions when the protesters come out in force. So when that happens, that's when you see what the police are really designed for. And to the point of test, sure, you could make all kinds of psychological evaluations for cops, but the tests that exist right now exist to make sure that they get the right kind of people on the force. And who is the right kind of people? People who are easily influenced, who are willing to be violent when they are told to be violent, and who are willing to take orders, including orders that are harmful to the population that they are supposed to protect and serve. And if you score too high on an IQ test, that means you are too likely to think for yourself. And what that means is you are too much of a risk to disobey an unjust order, and that's why they don't want you on the police force.
Yep.
Okay, so stating what I was saying before, it's kind of leaning towards that, D. Right? But I guess you said it nicer than I did. Right? So stating that, what I was saying...
I'm a nice guy, so I say things in a nice way.
So stating what I was saying before about having these proper testing, like psychological aptitude and all that kind of stuff that we were mentioning as well. yes, you are completely correct about there is that extended arm that's controlling this, which is our politicians, okay, which protects them once again. What I was saying before about this in good faith or in goodwill, like for example, what happened was Justin Trudeau evoking the emergency actor, okay, extending his arm. Going back to what you're saying, this is where you and I agree. Going back to what you're saying, things do need to be changed. Not disagreeing with that 100%.
Sure.
Things are moving in a way right now that it's unacceptable because it is infringing on our rights and our privacy and our life to liberty, or pursuit of happiness, if you want to put in those kind of lingos, right? So
So that you agree, everybody needs to get woke.
Yep.
I agree that everybody should start. I'm not going to deny this because I said this before, and I think Mike heard me say this already. There has to be a revolution because this is bullshit. I don't want to be tagged and released.
We should make a revolutionary rap group.
No, but I'm saying I don't want to be tagged and then released, if you know what I mean. Okay, which goes back to my earlier comment about being microchipped,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, maybe there's a song about that too.
I think so, right? But just what is the way of doing it? And again, it goes back to what I was saying before. How do we have these conversations? How do we move forward?
Everybody get together. The answer to your question, everybody just need to unite and get together and stop the bullshit, because at this point right now, what you're saying is government corruption. What you're saying is like some people want to be controlled by the government, and those are your sheep. And then you turn around, you got the people that want the free will, that want to police themselves in their neighborhood. They're not allowed to do it because there's no money for the government to seize or get from you. It's all about the money. It's all about dividing people. It's all about saying, okay, who's white, who's Asian, who's Mexican, who's this. And then you got a group of people that come to your country are getting free aid of your tax dollars. Uh-oh. And then so your prices increases on your food and your toys and your figures, the stuff you like to collect. Wow.
Wait, stop. Hold on. Wait, Calvin, stop. Calvin didn't lose any points. He made a Transformers reference here, so go ahead, Calvin.
He did.
So all these things, like I said, all these things are going on that's affecting us, but you got to look at who they going after. They going after our children. That's who they really going after, because
kids, how's your wife?
No, because the wife is technically, she's protected because she is the highest spender. But the male are the actual provider that know how to save the money, because the women, they tell the women that you don't need him. Did you see that case with Amber Heard?
Calvin didn't hear the rules at the beginning.
But I'm trying to explain to you, because it's not a laughing matter that what happened to Johnny Depp, and that's what you're seeing right now, is these toxic women that's actually causing problems within your marriage and then with your children, because what they're doing is they tell you that it's okay. That's not okay, because it's money, because they are the highest gross of spending your money to these people, to these groups that's getting paid. Hate brings in money. Corruption brings in money. Division brings in money. So these people are getting paid. And then not only that, you got Russia. Russia is a prime example of today's thing, the biggest thing that's going on. And then you got Ukraine. Ukraine is corrupt. I hate to break the news to everybody. So how United States is sending all these billions of dollars over there, but we are hurting as people. Now you got racism involved. You got a group of people, police officer, protecting this dude that caused problems. So if a black person was to do that, they handcuff to the ground, they drag, they do all this stuff to us. So we don't have no rights, but the Asians got a crime bill to protect themselves. My people has been endured for so much stuff because I'm not African American. I'm actually Native American. I'm indigenous. So we have no protection. Nothing to protect us at all. The only thing they tell us, go back where you came from. I said, I can't go back to a place that I didn't come across either. I was here before they came here. So they're colonizers, because I can say this because they came with the corruption, they came with all this Christian stuff, which is all these things are religions like a gang. Is there to stir up fear. All this stuff that's going on and people don't see it because they're so blind, their eyes are not open.
That's how you feed the sheep.
We wouldn't have had any of these problems if Pocahontas' dad wasn't such a softy and he killed that motherfucker when he had the chance.
It's a lot of stuff behind history that people don't know nothing about, like the diseases, the smallpox. It's like the whole thing of. That's why I don't celebrate pagan holidays, Easter, Christmas, Thanksgiving, all these pagan holidays. I don't celebrate them because it's a history of violence, just like Halloween or picnic. All these things are violent acts of crime or terrorism. When you dropped a bomb on a city of people of color that's actually doing better, and you got mad because they didn't want you in their group because they're thriving. So now you burning down churches, you doing all these things. These are acts of terrorism. But it's not terrorism because they feel like that a group of people that's different from you, we're treated as animals or third-class citizens. I don't get this at all. I really don't understand. I'll sit here watching people, just like I said, unfold on Thursday. I had a white dude tell me to shut up. I said, man, you don't tell me to shut up. You can teach me some. You can say, well, you can learn this. But don't you ever tell me to shut up, because I'm just a grown man just like you. So what make you think that I'm lower than you?
But that's the problem. And right there, that's the problem. Everybody's saying, shut up and listen to me. How about we talk and find solutions and figure things out so we can make this place better? Not just only for us, but for our kids in the future as well, too.
Yeah, but it's hard to talk to someone when the other person considers you 3/5 of a human. Like, the conversation is already lost at that point.
And you know what I blame? And you guys might get angry at me, okay? But I'm saying this in a positive way. It's this whole word race. Like, you see, I knew D was going to say that. And why I say, and hold on, let me explain myself why. Because I didn't come from fucking Jupiter, and Mike, you didn't come from fucking Venus, and we decided to come on Earth and decided
from a real fucking planet. You're from Pluto.
Oh, even better, I'm from fucking Pluto. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we're all fucking human beings, man. We just have different features. That's it.
Right.
And thank God we do, because otherwise this world would be fucking boring. We all look the same and act the same. And that's where I'm getting at, okay? Because I already knew you were gonna do this, okay? And once people start saying, "Oh, you're a different race, you're different this, you're different, divide, different," that's why we're in this place we are today. Why can't we just say we're all brothers and sisters? Why can't we all say we're all family? Why can't we say, how many times, Mike? How many times I say to you when we get off the phone, when we're talking, we always say, "Hey, brother, what's up?"
Here's the answer.
It just drives me nuts, man.
I'm gonna give you the answer to your question. The reason why we can't say that is because the systems that we live under create the social realities that we experience. And in order for those social realities to be different, in other words, in order for those social realities to be, I'm trying not to use like academic-y words, but I'll say it that way, and then if I need to clarify it, I'll clarify it. But in order for our social system to be commensurate with the biological reality that you're talking about, we have to change the social structure. And the only way to change the social structure is to acknowledge the problems. And so nobody on this channel would, of course, deny the basic biological facts that you're alluding to. But the problem with saying that the word race is the problem, or talking about race is the problem, is the same thing. We had the little joke earlier where it's like, oh, you said the word racism. Doesn't that count as racist? And this is the biggest problem, is when people try to deny the issue or say, well, look, the reality is there's no such thing as race. Therefore, why can't we all just get along? Answer, we can. The only time we can get along, and this is also to Spin's point when he says, well, you can't really have a conversation with somebody if they think you're 3/5 of a person. And it doesn't matter if they say, I don't believe in race, I don't believe in racism, they still are able to treat you like you're 3/5 of a person. And the way they're able to do that is from the social structure. So the only way you eliminate racism is not by individuals having different ideas. It's by eliminating the power structure that empowers racists. And that's why, to your point, seeing as you said you also agree, you need a revolution. But that's why saying, why can't we just all get along, is not sufficient.
In simple terms, for me to say, why can't we all get along? You're correct. But I'm glad what you said at the last part. It's that part of these power.
It's power. It's
Right.
all about power.
So that's where you get this superiority complex attitude, meaning that I'm Michael Orlati here, and I am the greatest person in the world. And you know what, D, you're nowhere near me. So you're, it's going back to you're a different race or a 3/5 of a person. Bullshit. And that's why it's more of a social construct. Because if you look at the science world,
But
they don't use that word race. If you look at in the science, because like how you said, more on the biological side of things, when you look at scientists, when they talk about these things, they don't say race. It's a social construct, which is basically the superior person that brings these things up. And that's why I get upset when I hear these people talking about other cultures or other ethnos, okay, saying that, oh, they're poor, they need help because they don't know what they're doing, and so we need to help them out so we can get the votes, right? I'm being a little,
Calvin.
No, I'm being a little cheeky there, right? I'm being a little cheeky there, right? In my last little comment there.
No, I get you.
Right?
I get your point. But I just want to drive this home with the
you
thing
get what
I said.
mean?
Just this quick sentence is like, the way to deal with. So like in my classes, I teach the civil rights paradigm, and I critique the civil rights paradigm from this perspective of Black Power theory, right? And here's the difference, right? The civil rights paradigm says, and this is what we're taught in school, is racism is bad people or bad ideas. And therefore, what you got to do is people have the bad ideas, you tell them that the ideas are bad, and then they're going to change their minds. That is an idealist philosophy which doesn't work in real life. And that's another answer to, why can't we just not talk about it? Or why isn't it best to just not bring up the issue, right? So the only way to deal with racism is not to change the minds of racists. This is what everybody is raised to believe. Oh, you just got to change the minds of racists. No, you have to remove the power of individuals to be racist. That's the only way to eliminate racism. And it's the same thing with capitalism. And that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the solution to corruption, to government oppression. You know, nobody here is saying all you got to do is just write a really convincing email to your politician. That's not the solution, right? Similarly, having a nice conversation with the guy with the Confederate flag, not the solution. You have to remove the ability for groups of people to oppress other groups of people. And the only way to do that is by taking the power away from them. And the only way to do that is with force. Revolution.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I thought I was going to be concise, but
No, I knew Calvin wanted to say something. That's why I didn't want to interrupt him.
I just the stuff I done seen so far, man, it's out of control, man. It's what I'm saying. It's like I said, it starts with our politicians, and then it just trickle on its way down. Then, like I said, you got people that actually applauding cops and stuff like this happening. They think that it's okay. And I said, no, this is just a stepping stone. It's gonna happen to you. Because what they doing to us right now, it's gonna happen to the rest of everybody else.
that's how it goes throughout history. Motherfuckers don't learn.
That's how kingdoms are formed, because eventually it becomes like it starts like an upside down pyramid, but then that upside down pyramid, meaning for the people, by the people, of the people, but then that pyramid gets flipped, and then it becomes
no kingdom ever starts by the people, for the people.
No. Here, let me finish my sentence. Whereas at the end of the day, you start having these small little groups starts controlling the masses, and then eventually that smaller becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, and then you have that one person in control, and that's eventually what's happening right now. And that's where I'm not disagreeing with Dia about having, like, you know, these small little states or these small little communities, you know, placing themselves and working together and synchronizing and with other.
The philosophy is called intercommunalism.
Okay. So I don't mind that whole, but the whole point is, how do we go about that? How do we implement that? How do we have an agreement when it comes to certain things like trespassing, like what Mike was talking about before, right? You know, like, how do we do all these things? Now, we live in a society that we're used to right now. We don't know what the future is going to bring and how they're going to take care of things. So where do we start? Does that revolution start today?
Yes, it does.
You heard it here first on Children of Providence.
Right.
We have announced the revolution.
I'm finna tell you the solution.
Right.
If everybody got together.
What kind of revolution do we do? How do we take away that power?
I'm finna tell you.
No, but we're taking over power with force. But what kind of force are we talking about?
It's easy. If everybody start working, you can crash the system.
Bam.
If everybody got together and stand on the hill and say, you know, we tired of your shit, we can crash the damn system.
That's it.
But you got people that still think the government is their fucking savior, man.
You know, I'm shaking. You know why I'm shaking my head? Because you're absolutely correct. But the funny part is, people are willing to stay home, being locked up for those 2 years, right? In order for this great reset to happen, because it's for your safety. Going back to what you're saying before, Calvin. But it's much harder for these people to actually start saying, "Fuck you, we're done. We're not doing this."
I'm going to tell you what happened here for 2 years.
Does that make sense? What I just said?
Yeah, but at the same time, I'm going to tell you what the news didn't tell everybody. Did you know in the 2 years that the pandemic, it made a lot of self-millionaires?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't want to tell you about that.
Mm-hmm.
All kinds.
And then on top of that, small business, they cut out the middleman for the big corporations. But what people don't understand is that you can be creative and make millions of dollars. And they said no to that too.
What people don't understand is people want to get into all the conspiracy theories about the origins of the virus, where did the virus come from, all that kind of shit, and they miss the real obvious provable conspiracy fact, not theory, which is that the pandemic is, regardless of how it got started, whether it's accident, whether it's a lab, all that kind of stuff, put all that aside. Look at the facts. The fact is the way that the pandemic is handled in a way that concentrates wealth to the wealthy and deprives wealth from the majority. So it's just a jack move like everything else, right?
Yeah,
That's the real issue. That's the real issue with COVID. The problem is not the virus. The problem is economic exploitation taking advantage of any crisis, including man-made crises. So even setting aside, like, is it man-made or not, doesn't matter. What matters is the way that power is organized in our society is such that there's a book called The Shock Doctrine, which really details this well, is that in order to push through really repressive legislation and legislation that favors big business at the expense of small business and the population, that's difficult for politicians to push through during regular times when everybody's actually paying attention to what's going on. So they need crises, either fabricated or non-fabricated, for people to panic over, or in order to impose martial law or other types of emergency measures, which you have seen, and which we have seen, in order to then push through legislation, or just create circumstances that allow for klepto-capitalism to occur.
Yeah, but that same type of system has been done throughout the years and throughout the ages.
Yeah. It's a standard technique.
Just more so in the last 2 years. So it created a bigger divide between the social classes and anyone. Yeah. I mean, for instance, anyone who say was worth like $1 million, within 2 years they're now worth like 30 million, which is unheard of. But they, it helped them. It helped because it helped create the larger divide. It helped them to increase their wealth.
Well, the reason why they're able to do that is because you had a lot of businesses that went under or had to sell their business to the bigger business.
Mm-hmm. Right. Or they got
you had people that lost their homes because they couldn't afford to live on that $2,000 a month when they have $1 million mortgage. Right? And then what ends up happening? The bank gets that, takes over the home, and then what do? They resell it, they make their money, and then the person that bought it gets it at a cheaper price and then resells it at a higher price after.
Yeah.
Right? And then what happens to that person?
Homeless.
I lost out. Homeless. I don't know, maybe committed suicide.
Suicide, depression. It's a lot of people committed suicide during those times.
Or they become a revolutionary.
Right. It's funny. Like there was this one documentary about how Amazon made a killing this past 2 years.
And Facebook,
but they're specifically going after Amazon, and you see all these media people, and in the news, and all these new anchors who were saying how Amazon made millions, right? And you see every single
try billions, bro. Try billions.
Yeah, no, billions. But you see how Amazon and then they go, Amazon is like the new thing for buying consumer products and all that. And you see every single news station basically reading the same script.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like a collage. of them saying it at the same time in the same words, and I'm like,
I hate that. I find that shit so disgusting and so frustrating. So
Oh,
I feel you. I feel you on that point.
right?
Well-
But let's think about it. What are the major influencers in the world? Media, entertainment, and so. Well, when I say entertainment / celebrities, and then obviously your politicians.
Well,
Right.
We should make a famous rap group that's revolutionary.
I think we should call them maybe Dope Poet Society, man.
Yo, that's an awesome name, son.
and the DJ will call him Spinister.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. That sounds a little corny.
Yeah, boy.
Well, it's a little transformish.
What are you gonna have a rapper call him a professor or something? Shit is corny.
Like profess us. How'd you spell it again?
Nah, man, forget it. I don't like the idea. Let's make a country group.
Oh gosh.
Rude.
I was gonna say before in terms
I could see Calvin. I could totally see Calvin dressed up as a cowboy. He looks very cowboy-esque.
Yeah, I dress up as a cowboy. In an evil way. That's all I gotta tell you. In an evil way.
nice.
Calvin, if we're gonna make a country music band, what instrument are you gonna play?
The banjo. Come on, man.
Oh no, I don't know, man. I'm just kind of I don't know. I played like a
Tambourine?
nah. I said like electric guitar or something. I don't know.
Oh.
Man. It just fit
Guitar. Okay, you're the guitarist. Okay, Spin. What do you got?
Machine gun.
Sweet.
In the country band, you got a machine gun. I think you're a little off-brand.
Isn't that Machine
Okay.
Gun Kelly?
A guitar with a machine gun built into it.
Yeah, that's Peter Tosh, son. That's not country music.
Oh no.
He's probably thinking he's a Texan.
I guess so. Modern country music. Why not? AK-47s.
I would say it is kind of crazy, man. If you really look at it, if you look at all your politicians, they old as fuck.
Yeah.
Like, these fuckers are fucking in their fucking 70s and 80s. Take your ass to the old folks' home. Like
they're holding on. It's the old white man's game. Like they're holding on to position because once they let go, that's when they lose power. So they'll like we have a mirror. Like I think she just let go of the position and like she was like 95.
it makes no fucking sense. She could be a fucking grid at Walmart.
It is crazy. It is mad crazy that Biden is fucking senile. Like literally on those debates, like the motherfucker's goddamn senile, and he becomes the president. So crazy.
Can I ask you a question? How do you fall going up the stairs?
Oh, come on. That's easy. Just go too fast, bro. That's easy. We've all done it.
I can understand when you're falling down the stairs, but how do you fall up the stairs?
Well, it's daylight savings time. You spring forward,
man.
you fall back.
Nah, man. Or Lottie, you acting like you ain't never fall up the stairs. Come on now.
I never fell up the. I fell down the stairs, but I never felt up going up the stairs. Man. Come on.
I felt going up the stairs. It's not fun.
And then taking a crap in the Vatican City.
Damn.
Did you hear about that one?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear that one.
Yeah, he went to go visit the Pope, and then he crapped himself.
What?
Dude, it's bad. It's bad. Like, and then not only that, we got Nancy Pelosi. I'm like, this lady. I don't like literally. Okay, they tell our elders when they reach a certain age of retirement, you going to the old folks' home.
Mm-hmm.
These people are still in power on an old system that should be long gone.
and that's why I think this should be, personally, my personal opinion. You should be like from, I don't know, maybe like 50 to maybe the latest 60, 65.
Fuck
You
that.
should
No,
be
that
no,
used to be 35.
no,
35
35 still young, man.
young, because we need younger mindsets. Why in the hell we need old ass people
Have you
still
seen the
thinking
younger
that?
minds?
Huh?
Have you seen the younger minds lately? That's what I'm saying. 50 to 65, and that's it, man.
Yep.
That's
Age
it.
ain't nothing but a number.
Yeah, but it's problematic, and I've seen it work out in a company this way, where you've got the head of a company who's, you know, probably like close to 70s. They had their children like when they were young, so these children are now in their 50s. So you're basically just re-electing that same mindset person of who's in the 70s. It's the same person who's in their 50s, so it's not any different. Like you really
Or
need
30s,
to.
or 30s, or 20s. Trust me, this country is breeding millions and millions of new racists every single day. So having them young is not going to solve the problem.
Yeah, and I mean, like the only advantage we saw with you know, with Trump being the president, everyone that we suspected that were racist or corrupt, they just naturally came out and into the light to prove, you know, who they were. And
That
I'm
is
like,
that
well,
is
now,
that is a nice side benefit that people don't appreciate often enough.
yeah, like now we know who's so, you know, your neighbor who you're always saying hi and good morning to and thinking everyone's cool, and like, no, like that person is the most dangerous person next door. But you know, now they've come out and they're proud about it.
So okay, let me ask you a controversial question here then. So you're saying everybody and anybody that supported Trump was a prejudiced person?
Yep.
So what about the
Sorry, I answered for you, Mike. Answer for yourself.
No, I put it up to everybody.
Well, I say yes. What do you guys say?
I say yes.
Okay, so what about all the minorities, meaning Latinos and black folks that were supporting Trump? You calling them racist as well too then?
Orlati, what kind of question is that?
I'm just asking.
What do you like as if a black person can't be racist against other black people, or a person of color can't be racist against other people of color? Come on.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that you said that.
Or there's a possibility, if they're not racist, they're just really unintelligent or uninformed.
That doesn't matter, because listen, here's the other like ridiculous misconception about racism, is that the person has to feel animosity specifically towards people of other races, and they have to say that.
Yeah,
All that matters, to be racist, you have to commit racist acts. Doesn't matter what you think about yourself. Doesn't matter if you got black friends or whatever. You commit racist acts. And if you support an overtly racist politician, you are a motherfucking racist, and you deserve to get your teeth knocked the fuck out. Period.
And I mean, inner racism is even worse than just you know, like any other kind of racism.
But like I said, well, you have a bunch of sellouts too that sit there and then let shit happen and fucking unfold, and they collect a check, and then when you see them out in public, they act like they don't fucking know you. But then they think that they tell you that they're fighting for the same cause. They're not fighting for the same cause, because what they're doing, they're selling their people out.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, because there's always been that misconception, and I'm glad Deke said what he said, that, you know, if you were voting with Trump, it was always considered, you know, the white people, right? But you saw that there was a lot of other cultures or other ethnos
No. There was some
that were supporting Trump. So, how would you justify that, right?
They're still racist.
Okay.
Well, I think because, well, here's when I voted for Trump, here's the things I was looking at. I was looking at the policies and what the thing he was talking about, what he was bringing to the table. And not only that, I'm looking at my pocketbook, bro, my wallet.
So hold on, wait, hold on, Kelvin, hold on. Can I just stop you for 1 second there?
Sure.
I just want to clarify that you voted for Trump.
Yes, I did.
Okay, explain why.
Explain.
Sorry.
I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
Trump actually stands for domestic, not foreign. That means he's for United States and bringing money back to the United States and jobs. But you got two types of people that actually voted for Trump. They voted for his skin color. And you got the other group that say, you know what? We need a change. We tired our money keep disappearing. And you got these big old corporations running America. So Trump was able to stop them in their tracks. That's why he said, drain the swamp. You know what that means, right? Get rid of that corruption of what they was doing and the accident, how the treason of all these things going on. And then the man was making peace with our enemies. So you mean to tell me it's okay for people to say they're gonna nuke you or with threats that you saying the United States is weak? So how can you say that someone is weak? But then again, it's like, okay, look, we're here to resolve the issues. We're not here to stir up the issue. Trump was able to do that. Besides Obama, whack as fuck. I voted for him. Guess what? He didn't do shit for my people. He didn't do shit. He put other groups before my people. And they got paid off of our civil rights movement. Everything was hijacked, bro. Look at all these little groups they got. They talk about civil rights. My people created that. My ancestors fought for the freedom of this country because they was the first Republicans. Indigenous people were the first Republicans. Actually, we had 8 indigenous presidents before punk-ass George Washington. But they won't tell y'all that. And that's why I say it goes back to Trump, because Trump understood the people. Well, you got these other groups, Joe Biden, biggest racist, calling black people cockroaches. And then you got Harris, the biggest DA, the DA officer, locking black men up on small charges. Bro, hell no. I would see. I read my policies because I ran for city council. I read stuff before I vote for anybody. I do my research. I don't go off a look. I don't go off an image, and I can tell when you're lying because they have no policies in place for nobody. As I seen, I watched my own people voted for them. I watched my own people say, now they broke as fuck. They can't do nothing. But you got other groups of people that come to the United States living way better than my people. That's a no-no. So why are we not getting the protection? Why are we not getting the reparation? They broke the Treaty 66. That's what my people.
What's the Treaty 66? I'm not aware of that.
We had a contract with the colonizers that came here. Basically, yeah, we had a contract.
Are you talking about was the Spaniards that came here?
No, not the Spaniards. No.
Which colonizers are you talking about?
Y'all talking about Christopher Columbus. All these other people that came here, it's the Treaty 66. And then it also goes back to the civil rights, the North versus South. Mm-hmm. All those are treaties, man. Those are treaties. So it's like they broke all these things, and then they start implementing their own system of government to elimination, to rape, pillage, destroy. All these things came about. So most of the Native American people that you see, that's white skin, pale skin, those people their race has been washed out.
Okay,
yeah.
Hold on. the last part there. What do you mean by the light skin, pale skin? Are you talking about Métis? or are
I'm
you
talking about like the white Native Americans.
Yeah.
They were dark skinned. We were called the copper colored people. There is no such thing as black because black is a shade. It's not a color. Yeah. Copper colored people. Brown skinned people. Just like some of your Latinos,
Mhm.
all of those people, they're all his people. We're all his people. And like I keep telling people this, do your research. Because you got dark Mexicans, you got dark Asians, just like the Moors. The Moors in Europe.
Yeah,
People don't know this.
They dominated the lower parts of the Mediterranean, especially Sicily and the lower part of Italy.
So it goes back to like your Shakespeare, all your plays and stuff. These all created by the Moors.
Yeah,
All these things,
Othello was a Moor. He was a king.
just like the
Especially-
wig they was wearing, like George Washington wigs, all goes back to the Moors. All these things, like even your symbols, the snake cross with the two snakes on it. Yeah, those are all symbols of what they created. Just like your 6-point stars and stuff. And like your pentagrams, like the 666 signs and all this stuff.
Well, wait a minute. You're saying the Moors created what's called, which is basically the hospital symbol. There was a snake going around the
It's a whole bunch of stuff they created, man.
I thought
Just
that was
like the Nazi
Babylonian.
symbols. The Nazi symbol was created by my people. And that's not what you think what it is.
No, it's the pen. It means goodness.
Yep.
But in reverse, because they flipped the lines.
Mm-hmm. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff, man. That history they won't tell you. They won't. It's just everything is being whitewashed to fit a narrative to show that we're superior because there is no such thing as a superior race. No such thing. So where do we get the ideal of? We got people that's running around think that you're below them or we're 3/3 of a human being, but yet they're going around pillage and still destroying stuff that's in their way or in the wake of everything. Just like the Christianity, all this stuff is like these religions are all gangs, but you still represent different gods or the same God, but you got all these set of rules.
Mhm.
And you're not following them. So how is that sinning and killing is a great thing?
If we're gonna talk about religion, that's like a sticky point there.
No,
Really
it's not actually because we don't touch base on these things because it's an act of trickery. It's a deception because, okay, I'm Baptist.
Mhm.
And when I looked into my religion, all these things, it's like, I said, oh, this is
Like
just
what?
a deception.
Like what?
Like Baptist, if you're a Baptist or you're a Christian, you're Catholic, all these things, I said,
It's
what?
still Christianity. It's all Christianity. These different what's it
Mhm,
called?
classes.
Branches, I call them. At the end of the day, it's still all Christianity. It's just the only difference there is that you have a different belief of the dogma. But go ahead.
And I said to myself, like, okay, so if thou shalt not kill,
Mm-hmm.
well, why we got people that's killing other people and think that's okay? And now you're killing babies. That's okay. And you got women that's going around saying abortion is okay. That's not okay. And then you got some of these men out supporting the destruction of people that's doing wrong things. That's not okay.
Okay, so my question to you is this. Now we're getting a little bit into religion side of things.
Mm-hmm.
So my question to you is this: do you think those are really disciples of Jesus Christ?
Nope.
So you can't really call them Christians, can you?
Nope.
You get my point?
I get it because guess what? It's all the devil's work. And the reason why I say that because in the Bible, it shouldn't tell you to fear him. It tells you that, if he's like, come and step forward, he says happiness, smile.
No,
You see me before you.
No, in the Old Covenant, it does say fear.
So why should I fear?
No, that was in the Old Covenant.
But I'm just
Now
saying.
no, hold on. Now we're in the New Covenant, and the New Covenant has replaced the Old Covenant. In the New Covenant now, it talks about love, respect thy neighbor, peace, govern within love, and so forth. That's where, as a Christian, that's where we're called to follow the New Covenant. There is some stuff that we do follow the Old Covenant, meaning like, again, the Ten Commandments and so forth. But now we're under a new covenant. That's what Christ was brought for. That's why he died for our sins.
Yeah, but where's Christ though? Because he wasn't white.
Sorry?
He wasn't white. I hate to break the news to you.
I said he was. The beauty of Christianity is that he could be white, he could be black, he could be dark, he could be Asian. No, when I say hold on, when I say that is because our religion is universal, right?
Okay.
And that's what I meant by. So, like, for example, if you go to a church in Jamaica, you'll see a black Christ. And you want to know something? And if I go to that church, guess what? I'm going to bow, do my symbols and everything, and I'm going to respect that, right? Even if I go to a church in Asia, I'm going to see a Chinese Christ. Guess what? You know what I'm going to do? Do the same thing as well, too. That's the whole purpose of being a Christian. Is it's a universal thing. This is why we're going back to my belief, saying that we're all brothers and sisters, right?
Yeah, and it's just some of the things I'm saying, man. So far, I'm like, I said, okay, how can y'all say y'all believe in this? Like these people say they believe in things, and they're doing the opposite. And I'm just like, whoa, like I'm just like, so how can people can kill other people without no remorse? And then you have a group of people that doesn't do anything but post things and hype it up. So how can you degrade another human being or kill another human being and have no regrets or no kind of like thought or mind input? To me, that is scary itself.
It is scary because it goes back to having a moral compass.
Because in other countries, if that was to happen like that, that dude would have been dead on sight. He'll be dead on sight. And the stuff that you're seeing right now with all these people killing babies, they be dead on sight. And if you sell out your country, you dead on sight. So I sit here and watch my own country, bro, split in half. We got states, liberal states. Then we got Republican states. Then you got open carry states that actually believes in your rights are protected by your neighbor. That's why I brought up the whole concept of open carry states versus states that's ran by corrupted officials that's not helping the people, but they can collect their pockets. And then when their pockets run dry, they want to be elected again for the second and third and fourth time and continue that corruption going on. Just like with the whole COVID thing, because we had the COVID assistance here. Did you know they denied a whole bunch of people? And did you know we got more homeless people here in Minnesota and they're not helping none of them, but they're ready to accept refugees that come here from other countries and pay them all this incentive money and stuff? Have them get 7 years credit free, means they're tax free, everything, give them business and stuff. While we got the average American that's struggling to pay their bills, pay their mortgage, help their kids to get through school. All this stuff is going on right here in Minnesota, New York, California. And then you got the open carry states like Florida. You got representatives that's actually fighting for your rights. And people saying that's wrong. I said, how is that wrong if somebody's fighting for your rights for you to have something better? But you go to the state that I'm in right now, they don't want you to have anything as a person of color because they feel like that we're beneath them, like roaches or something, And then I go out and I fight for my rights. Now I'm a bad person. I got conceal and carry, so that don't even matter. My rights is no good. It's no valid. So I can't protect myself, but a white person got more rights than I got. They can walk around with an AK-47. I can't. I got rules. They don't have no rules. And these are the things I bring up on a daily basis. I wrote 3 letters to Star Tribune, bro. They did not put them up.
See, that's the difference between, or I always say that's a cultural difference, and maybe Dee will elaborate this, or even Mike Spin will do this. That's a cultural difference between America and Canada. See here, the funny part is, Canadians, we have a lot of guns, but a lot of our guns are not. How do I say? Okay, majority of our guns are like hunting guns, rifles, and
Gotcha.
so forth, right? Because we do a lot of hunting up here. But then now you have like the city of Toronto, or even Trudeau himself is saying that they want to ban all handguns. They want to ban all guns.
Jeez.
But you know who benefits from all that?
They do.
Well, they do, and criminals.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're called criminals for a reason. Because they don't abide by the laws,
And guess what?
and they get away with it.
And you know what's crazy about that? They can impersonate anybody. Go into the neighborhood, start shooting stuff up, and say they can be a regular person. We caught a cop up here doing George Floyd when that riot stuff happened. They were setting fires.
Hold on. Let me understand the police officer was setting fires there? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Why?
Corruption. To keep the race stuff going. They didn't. Oh man, it was so bad. Like literally, like dude, when that happened, when that cop stepped on his neck, man, I cried, man. Cause that could have been my son. That could have been me. That could have been anybody. That could have been anybody. And for people to sit there like he deserved that, I said that goes to show you how much racism going on in America. It's built off of racism. It's built off corruption. The United States has never been good to my people. Never. But they stole everything from us. They stole all of my people ideals. They stole everything. Everything. And that's why I sit here and I wonder how the world should sit here and think that, they should believe in a government that does not believe in them or the next generation of kids, because that's who they're going after. They're not going after us anymore. They're going after our kids. These are the richest people, the nicest people know that it just, I ran across people that went to jail and they can't vote, but you can bring people here that can vote. You might like that. You got to really think about that.
Oh, we can get into another conversation about all that. But I got Professor D. I guess he logged off by accident, whatever cases. But he says here, careful, Mike. Some of the nicest people I know are criminals. Hey, guess what? So do I. I know a lot of nice people that are criminals, and I know a lot of nice people that are not. Right? It's just how you interact with them.
Yeah, and then some people do change.
Yeah,
you got to look at that too.
Now, here's my question to you, because we got to wrap it up, because it's like, what time is it right now? It's like 4:41 here, right?
No, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. No, I'm just kidding.
No, our over here it's 4:41, man, and I gotta go to bed. Shit, I had a really good question. Now I forgot it. What's he gonna ask again? Yes. So, do you think people should be punished? So, when they were young, in their young days, right? Let's just say 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. And they did something stupid. But then we can see that they progress in their later years, and they show that they changed, like how you said people could change. Should they be punished for the acts that they did like 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago?
Hell no. No.
As long as they show that they changed their mentality for the good, for the better, and so forth, and we see that history and that and a continued good pattern, should they be punished for something that they did stupid while they were young?
No.
That one time.
No. Because I'm finna tell you why. I'm finna explain it to you. So if I stole a candy bar at the age of 10, should I be held to that now since I'm 42?
I don't know.
You got to ask yourself, listen what I'm telling you, because this is a good question. Now, I was 10 years old and I stole a candy bar. So now I'm 42. Should I still be held reliable for that candy bar that I stole at the age of 10?
I waited for Spin to finally answer. He's been quiet the whole entire time.
It's basically it's common sense, but we still have a system that still allows that for certain people.
I know, but you know what, Calvin? In order to have common sense, you have to have experience.
No, it is experience because I'm gonna tell you the reason why.
No. I get your point. You have common sense because you have experience. My whole point is that if you don't have experience, it's hard to have common sense. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, we still have the same group of people that still hold you reliable for something for so many years, and then you got the cops that can say, "Oh, you did this back then," so now they can hold it over your head, or they can read your license plates, look up your whole history, and put a mark on you. So when you driving, now there's other cops know what you did. And there's a white boy was saying this on TikTok. He said that is wrong, or what they was doing. So they marking people. That's not good. That's corruption.
Yeah,
That is
they've
finest.
been marking people that way.
Yeah, there was a thing here for a while in Toronto. It was carding, and it was basically carding, right? And that's marking people. And originally, when they were doing this thing called carding, it was more for intelligent purposes. But then the politician took over that, and they used it as a measurement of the police officer measuring his production throughout the day, in a sense, right?
Yeah.
And it got to the point it was getting ridiculous. So they were saying, okay, so now you got to stop X amount of people, right? And so what ended up happening is that circle started to get bigger and bigger and bigger, right? And then they started to really card everybody and anybody. It got to the point that because they've carded so many people,
Jeez.
and it actually started in the inner cities in a sense, and it got really spread because that's what the politicians wanted. It got to the point it got so ridiculous. There were carding dead people, so they actually went to cemeteries and started to write down their names in a sense, saying, "Yeah, we stopped this person."
Hell no.
Yeah, and again, it goes back to that overreaching of politicians using the police for their own purposes of control, right?
Enslavement. It's called enslavement to increase their prisons because it's still slavery. Modern day slavery, like all this stuff you're seeing now, it's called extortion and racketeering. That's what you're seeing, and they go after certain people. And like I said, and now it's gotten even worse than what it is. I'm sure it's up there in Canada too, where you can be driving and you have a cop behind you scanning your plates, and they're looking for stuff.
Well, always.
And to me, you should not be behind me scanning my plates anyway, because that's profiling. You fishing.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, that's illegal.
Oh, the funny part is, I used to try. It was so funny. And it's a true story. back in the early '90s, I used to have a Honda Accord, tinted windows, and Mike's smiling because he knows that driving a Honda Accord with tinted windows, you know you're gonna have the cops pulling right behind you.
Yeah.
Okay. And I used to always get cops coming behind me and what's called writing up my plates and everything.
Wow.
Right. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we got D here said from YouTube, carting dead people is a bit silly, but I must admit I like the idea of pigs in a graveyard. Okay.
That's
I thought
crazy.
he was gonna say pigs in a blanket, but all right. We're gonna wrap it up. And the reason why we're gonna wrap it up because it's almost 5 o'clock here in the morning in Toronto, right? In Toronto, right? And I gotta wake up early tomorrow, and I think Mike has to do the same thing, and yourself too, Calvin. So this has been our first after party of Children of the Primus, where we don't really talk about Transformers, but we'll say things that are related or a metaphor, right? Just to keep it into that theme. But obviously, we're going to be talking about a little bit more serious things that are happening in our communities, what's happening around the world, news events, what's affecting us. Today was pretty deep. We started pretty light, and obviously, we got into a really good conversation into race and police and living maybe in a different kind of system and so forth. Hopefully we'll do more of these after parties, and we could talk about everything and anything that's hot topics, right? And we'll try to do our best to provide some data and some information. Like I said earlier today when I was talking about those pills that may have some of those microchips that the what's called the CEO of Pfizer was mentioning. And I'll have a clip of him actually saying it, so I won't get banned saying I'm what's the new term now? Misinformation, disinformation, right? And disinformation, right? And so we'll hopefully be a little bit more prepared in that aspect. But we want to keep this like a cool after party vibe, sitting down, having some chats among friends, and just talk about and having a drink at the same time about life and what's affecting us and hopefully what we could do things better. So once you watch this recording, please leave a comment, hit the subscribe button, like us, promote us, spread the word, and thank you so much. Spin, got anything to say? Actually, you know what? Before Spin, because I want Spin to close it off. Calvin, you got anything to promote or anything you want to add?
Yeah. That Override figure coming out. You know that, right? It's gonna be a Walmart exclusive.
Calvin just didn't lose another point for referring a comic metaphor, which is actually news. So thank you very much for that update there. Spin, you got the last word.
I just enjoyed the last few hours. Just talking about life, getting into politics and into everything, and just speaking on things that people are afraid to speak on at times.
And
so I thank you, Calvin, for jumping in as well.
Oh yeah, definitely, man. Because I like I said, when I got home Friday, my mom called me and said my sister gone, and that's the one my aunts that helped raise me. That's how I know so much about collecting. And so right now, at this point, my cousin, she cleaned out the house, which here I got to go down to Mississippi. So me and her gonna have to talk because I'm gonna have to tell her, look, all her Barbie dolls, she need to take care of those. I ain't said sell them, none of those things, because she had them since she was a little girl.
Wow.
And And so it's just stuff like that that's why I say I grew up on Transformers because of my other cousin, which is her son. And the first Transformer he brought home, it was like one of the Dinobots. And I didn't know too much about it. I said, "Ooh, this look good." You know what I mean? It's like just had get them glowing eyes kind of thing, like like the Kia. I want to play with it. So it's just stuff like that brings back memories. That at the same time, man, I broke down like real bad. Just trying to get a grip on life, and now I got to go into work today and let these guys know I got to take this time off. And they talking about, well, my aunt is not she's not part of the family, which so
That's family, man.
So I'm gonna use my vacation time to take the time off and grieve, and take the time off to go down there and support my mom and everybody that's in that group that we was raised together and stuff like that. So
Right.
I often tell people, give them flowers while they're here. Tell your family member, hang out the best way you can with them. Tell them that you love them. All those things, because you never know when their time is up.
And those are 100% true words. We got Professor D that was with us. Unfortunately, we lost him, but he was able to post some messages here. And one of his last messages here from YouTube says, "Prop to Kelvin for joining. Sorry again to hear about your loss." And again, Mike and I were also sorry for your loss as well too. Our condolences, and we're gonna send a lot of prayers and good vibes your way, and lots of love as well too. And that's the key thing. You gotta start showing more love. And so we're gonna wrap it up. D, we love you as well too. We love everybody that joins us. And have yourself a good morning.
Yes.
All righty. Y'all take it easy, man. Just like I said, just keep doing what you're doing. Don't let nothing slow you down. Nothing.
We're gonna end it off there. Peace.
Peace.